Chapter 579. Outside of Chaos City, the tunnel formed by the stone token had been there for a year and a half. During this time, many forces had been guarding this place. In recent days, the stone token had begun to tremble and ripple. It was no longer stable. This was a sign that the ancient battlefield was about to close. All of a sudden, many forces received the news and rushed over. Apart from those major forces, there were also many cultivators who came to join in the fun. They stood in the distance and filled the sky. Among these large forces, other than the people from the 5 overlords who were full of confidence, the rest of the forces were more or less uneasy. It was especially so for the 8 major forces who only had 1 token. Each of them only sent 5 people. It was obviously unrealistic for 5 flight users to cause a stir in the ancient battlefield. Therefore, they were not very confident. It's best if 3 of them survive. They were hoping that only 1 or 2 people from their clans would come back alive. Sometimes, all of them would be wiped out. The 5 overlords had made ample preparations this time. All of them appeared calm and collected, waiting for their clans to appear in the sky and share the great harvest with them. However, Shangguan Feixiong's expression was a bit unnatural. Shangguan Feixiong, which of the 5 forces do you think will gain more? Someone from the Zhou clan asked. We'll know when they come out, Shangguan Feixiong said indifferently. He was a bit distracted. In the past year, the Shangguan clan leader had been very cold to him. Before, he would purposely suppress his hostility, but now, he was no longer hiding it. This gave him a bad feeling. As a direct descendant of the Shangguan clan, the Shangguan clan leader naturally wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Right now, Shangguan Feixiong was worried about his daughter. He knew very well what kind of person Shangguan Qixiang was. Shangguan Qixiang was usually cautious in his clan, but in the ancient battlefield, where no one could control him, he would become unrestrained. Shangguan Feilin, if you dare to do anything to my daughter, I won't let you go. A cold light flashed in Shangguan Feixiong's eyes. The Zhou clan leader didn't seem to notice Shangguan Feixiong's annoyance. He continued, How about we make a bet on who will gain the most? Boring. Shangguan Feixiong snorted and stared at the tunnel on the stone token. That's enough, old Zhou. Can't you see that Feixiong is vexed right now? He's worried about his daughter, the Wu family said. The expert from the Zhou clan chuckled and did not say anything else. Suddenly, the passage surrounded by the stone medallions trembled, and ripples spread out. Following this, the passage leading to the depths opened, and human figures appeared. The passageway opened and human trial-takers appeared one after another. Swish. 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 With a flash of brilliance, the human cultivators landed on the ground. After a year and a half, they had come out of the ancient battlefield alive. Their eyes were filled with joy. It's Xingfeng, a member of the Jing clan. Seeing their own family members come out first, the Jing family members all breathed a sigh of relief. Moreover, looking at Xingfeng's joyful expression, it was obvious that he had gained a lot. Xingfeng's harvest was indeed not small. Not only did he kill several groundhogs, but he also killed a pure-blooded ancient beast's descendant in the outer region. His harvest could be said to be great. Anyone who survived the ancient battlefield would be protected. This was another unwritten rule in the lawless chaotic lands. Therefore, no one would make a move here. After Xingfeng came out, he shouted to his family members, Uncle, we have gained a lot this time. Xingfeng did not care, as he led his family members back to his own faction. With his head held high, he was like a general who had returned victorious, enjoying the envious gazes from all around. After the Jing clan came out, a few other factions came out one after another. From the smiles on their faces, it could be seen that they had gained a lot. All of them have gained a lot. Looks like our family won't be too bad either. The 8 factions all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The brilliance continued to flash. This time, it was the Overlord factions that appeared. Moreover, it was 4 factions that appeared together. The Overlord factions of Wei, Wu, Chen, and Zhou had all appeared together. This shocked many people. turning to look at the gloomy faces of the leaders. The elixir realm masters of the 4 factions felt their hearts skip a beat. How is this possible? There should be more people who haven't come out. More than 100 people went, but less than 10 came back. Looking at the 8 lonely people under the stone order, many people widened their eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief, and let out cries of surprise. When the 5 overlord factions entered, they had a lot of people. That scene made the other factions envious. But now, only 8 people from the 4 factions appeared. Moreover, these 8 people belonged to the 4 factions, so each faction had 2 people. The 8 of them were very depressed and unwilling. This time, they were the real foils in the depths of the ancient battlefield. All the glory was taken by Zichin. Moreover, the 8 of them only managed to survive. As for their gains, they were not much better than the other factions. The 8 of them walked out of the range of the Stone Order and returned to their own factions. During this time, no one else appeared. It could be seen that there were only 8 of them left. How can this be? The elixir realm masters of the 4 factions were completely dumbfounded. Humph! Wu family's Wu Bo snorted and said unwillingly, "This is nothing. The Shangguan family's people have been wiped out. Even Shangguan Qixiang is dead." Wu Bo's words made the Shangguan family's elixir realm master's expression change instantly. Shangguan Feixiong's heart also skipped a beat, and his face turned pale. Behind him, another elixir realm master's expression was extremely ugly. He turned and left quickly. Wu Bo didn't deliberately suppress his words, and they instantly spread throughout the entire battlefield. This caused many powers to be shocked. The small powers had gained quite a bit, but the large powers had actually been completely annihilated. While they were shocked, they were also somewhat delighted. Wu Bo glanced at the 8 factions and said coldly, "You bunch of old things, don't be too happy. None of the 40 people from your families are still alive. They were all killed by the barbarians." What? The faces of the primal core experts from the 8 major powers who were gloating over their misfortune suddenly changed. Their ruddy faces were completely drained of blood. They had paid a huge price just to enter the ancient battlefield. Now, they were completely annihilated. This result was hard for them to accept. "Young Master Wu, what did you say?" one of the elders asked with a trembling voice. "I said that all of your people were killed by the barbarians. That's all. None of them are alive." Wu Bo snorted again. He then glanced at the Shangguan family and said, "Oh right, the Shangguan family's people were also killed by the barbarians. Even Shangguan Qixiang was killed by the barbarians." Once these words were spoken, it naturally caused an uproar. The barbarians were weak. How could there be such powerful barbarians in the barbarian land that could kill Shangguan Qixiang? However, when some people mentioned the barbarians, they remembered that cold figure from that day. He had said that the barbarian land had once made the entire southern region tremble, and that the barbarian land would rise again in the future. Could it be that the barbarians of this generation had really risen? Just as Wu Bo had said, the passage in the stone token had not been opened for a long time. The hearts of the Dan Yuan of the 8 major forces suddenly turned cold, and the coldness around them also turned into killing intent as time passed. Just when their killing intent was at its peak, a group of barbarians appeared from the tunnel. Wang Qiong, the monk, Wang Shan, LV Peng, Zhang Haotian, Wang Xiener, Shangguan Bingxi and the rest landed below the stone tablet. This was the first time that so many people had appeared in the sky other than the 4 factions. Everyone's attention was on them. Then, they saw 2 familiar faces in the group. It was the monk from the barbarians and Shangguan Bingxi from the Shangguan family. Just when everyone was wondering if these people were the ones who had massacred the 8 forces, Wu Bo pointed at the group of people and said coldly, "They are the barbarians. They are the ones who killed the Shangguan clan's people and your 8 forces' people. Damn barbarians. I want all of you to die." Seeing the monk and the rest, the eyes of the elixir realm masters from the 8 factions turned red. They were furious. Crazy killing intent surged from their bodies and swept towards the barbarians. Then 8 elixir realm masters rushed out from the 8 factions. Each of them held an elixir weapon and rushed towards the barbarians. Hearing Wu Bo's words, Shangguan Feixiong, who had already lost all hope, suddenly brightened up when he saw Shangguan Bing among the barbarians. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. But at that moment he guessed what had happened with his extraordinary intelligence. The barbarians would not attack the Shangguan family for no reason. Moreover, Ziqin had a close relationship with Shangguan Yuer. Now that he saw his daughter among the barbarians, he immediately guessed that it was the damned Shangguan Feilin who had ordered Shangguan Qixiang to kill his daughter. The barbarians must have killed the Shangguan family to save his daughter. After guessing what had happened, Shangguan Feixiong was furious. However, when he saw that his daughter was fine, his heart was filled with excitement and joy. Therefore, he, who was extremely conflicted, was a little slower in stopping Dan Yuan from stopping the 8 factions. Therefore, the 8 Elixir Realm Masters and the barbarians started a fierce battle. Immediately after, a series of muffled and earth-shaking explosions reverberated between heaven and earth. Surging and berserk energy spread out from the battlefield in all directions. Blood splattered everywhere. Pieces of flesh and bones were splattered everywhere. A bloody scene appeared on the battlefield as soon as the battle started. The battle that started in an instant was over in the next moment. The bloody stone head was right in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned, and their faces were filled with horror. 4 of the 8 Elixir Realm Masters were killed in an instant. There were no complete corpses. Although the other 4 were still alive, they were all severely injured. This was the shocking result of the 8 Elixir Realm Masters from the 8 factions attacking with their elixir weapons. As for the barbarians, none of them were injured. Chapter 580. Everyone's attention was on the barbarians. They could clearly see the barbarians' attacks. The barbarian wielding the stone sword split a primordial core cultivator in 2 at lightning speed. Blood splattered all over the ground. The tall demonic figure even smashed another primordial core cultivator with a club, leaving nothing behind. As for the other 2 primordial core cultivators, they were hammered to death by the bald monk with 2 punches. Other than that, the last 4 experts who were severely injured were also injured by the 4 barbarians in an instant. One should know that these barbarians were all flying. It was already terrifying if 1 or 2 of them could fight above their level. However, from the combat power displayed by the barbarians, it seemed like all of them could fight above their level. Could it be that the barbarians had really risen? All of the primordial core experts were shocked. How dare you attack us? You are courting death. Just when all of the primordial core experts were still in shock, Zhang Haotian, who was holding the stone sword, spoke coldly. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Then, the stone sword in his hand turned into a ray of light, and flew towards the primordial core experts. A monstrous killing intent swept across the area. The inheritance of killing appeared again. However, it was used to kill 4 severely injured primordial core experts. Obviously, there was no need to hide. Therefore, under the extremely fast sword gleam, the 4 primordial core experts did not even have time to scream before their heads were separated from their bodies and flew up high. Fresh blood spurted out from the headless corpses. The 4 injured primordial core experts died instantly. Killing 4 primordial core experts with 1 sword, even if they were injured, was enough to prove Zhang Haotian's strength. The surroundings suddenly became dead silent. Even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Everyone looked at the cold-looking young man with the stone sword in shock. After a long time, there was a sound of people taking in cold air. Killing primordial core experts so easily. Are they really barbarians? Are they really from the land of barbarians? Barbarians, a land of barbarians that is lacking in resources. Why are the barbarians so strong this time? All the experts were stunned by the quick end of the battle. Their expressions were truly shocked to the extreme, so much so that they did not have any reaction when they saw the monk stooping down to collect the spirit rings of the 8 Dan primary realm experts. The powerful combat power of the barbarians had shocked and intimidated everyone. Watching this scene from afar, Wu Bo's expression changed drastically. However, this was the Bedlam lands, an overlord force, his territory. As the saying goes, in his territory, he is the one who calls the shots. Hence, Wu Bo was only startled for a moment, but did not lose his wits. Therefore, after recovering from his shock, he quickly sent a spiritual thought transmission to the experts beside him. At the same time, Chun Liang, Zhou Sun, and Wei Jing also sent a spiritual thought transmission to their own primal core experts. The content of their voice transmission was naturally related to the harvest from the ancient battlefield. When the group of Origin Dan experts heard this, their eyes instantly widened as disbelief surfaced on their faces. After which, their eyes were filled with intense greed. As their expressions changed, they instantly made their choice. Stop! How dare you start a fight here? Don't you know the rules? Immediately, a Dan Origin expert from one of the overlords shouted. You dare to kill people in broad daylight? Do you still have any respect for the overlords? Said the second overlord. Apart from the Shangguan family, the other 4 overlords also spoke out one after another, reprimanding the barbarians. After that, 4 early primal core experts also rushed towards Tyrant and the others. Tyrant was bending down to pick up the elixir weapons and spirit rings. He did not pay any attention to the 4 primordial elixir realm masters from the overlords. Instead, it was Wang Shan who glanced at the 4 of them indifferently. He shouted, Are you all blind? Can't you see that we are just defending ourselves? Facing the overlords of the Bedlam lands, Wang Shan did not give them any face. Bastard, how dare you speak to us like this when you know who we are? How dare you break the rules in broad daylight and speak rudely to the overlords? Are you courting death? The 4 primal core experts were enraged. Cold light flashed in their eyes as they rushed towards Wang Shan. Not knowing right from wrong and framing others. You King sure are the overlords. Glancing at Wu Bo and the others, a cold light flashed in Wang Shan's eyes as he shouted at the 4 primal core experts. Courting death. Barbarians, die! The 4 primal core experts were enraged. They emitted a strong aura, ready to attack. Previously, the other party had killed 8 primal core experts in an instant. Now, these 4 primal core experts still dared to attack. Clearly, they thought that these barbarians would not dare to attack in their territory. At this moment, Tyrant had just collected all the pill weapons and spiritual rings. Then, he slowly stood up. As a monk, he clearly had no relationship with the orthodox monk Ci Bei. At this moment, he frowned and showed extreme dissatisfaction. Then, he attacked. Simple and direct. In a flash of golden light, Tyrant's fist landed on the 4 primal core experts. In an instant they felt as if a huge mountain had smashed into their heads. Their bodies trembled in the air, and then they vomited blood and flew back. 1 against 4, Tyrant won. He ended the battle quickly. On account of the fact that you are the overlords, I will let you off for being unreasonable. But if there is a next time, I will kill you without mercy, Tyrant said viciously. His voice was very cold. Around them, the experts from the other forces were all dumbfounded. Daring to scold the primal core experts of the overlords, daring to attack the primal core experts of the overlords, and even daring to threaten them after the incident. While they were dumbfounded, they also felt a sense of confusion. Were they really barbarians who came from a barbarian land with no power, influence, resources, or powerful inheritance? Why were they so unscrupulous? It was as if they had a super force behind them. The experts from the other forces were confused, but the experts from the 4 overlords were furious. In an instant, a few mid-stage primal core experts in the lead appeared. Their eyes were filled with killing intent, and they suppressed the barbarians. Stop! What are you doing? Shangguan Feixiong finally reacted in time. Before they could attack, he stopped the 4 mid-stage primal core experts. Shangguan Feixiong, what do you think we are doing? Didn't you hear what these barbarians said? Shangguan Feixiong, get out of the way. This is between us and the barbarians. The 4 mid-stage primal core experts stared at Shangguan Feixiong coldly. They are the ones who went overboard in this matter. The great primal core experts actually disregarded the rules of this place and attacked a few Yu Sky experts. These 8 forces all deserve to die. What now? Are you guys going to bully the weak? Shangguan Feixiong asked coldly. Beside him, Shangguan Bingshi had already briefly explained the ultimate goal of the four forces. Daring to attack and threaten the overlords? Shangguan Feixiong, this is no longer a matter of bullying the weak. This concerns the face of the overlords. One of the mid-stage primal core experts said coldly. Get out of the way. Today, I will show these ignorant barbarians what an overlord is. Shangguan Feixiong, for the sake of the overlord's dignity, you should join me to fight against these ignorant barbarians. The few primal core experts did not give up, and killing intent surged around them. Not far away, Wu Bo and the rest sneered at Wang Shan's group. Humph! Weren't you guys strong in the ancient battlefield? Now that you are in our territory, show me how strong you can be. You four idiots who kneeled down and licked the demon race's boots. I really regret not killing you guys in the ancient battlefield back then. Damn it! What the hell are you guys? Seeing the demon race from the wasteland in the ancient battlefield, you guys are like grandsons meeting their grandfathers. You guys don't even care about your face. Today, you guys are acting like wolves. Wan Shan glanced at the four coldly. He did not hide the anger in his heart as he scolded. Suddenly, the four demonic geniuses' faces turned green as they scolded Wang Shan for talking nonsense. Damn it! You guys know best if you guys are shameless or not. Why do you need me to talk nonsense? Wang Shan scolded again. Every time he opened his mouth, it was filled with curses. Everyone was speechless towards Wang Shan. On the other hand, the four overlord forces were fuming with anger. Our Shangguan clan is indebted to them. If you guys attack them, it is the same as attacking our Shangguan clan. Helplessly, Shangguan Feixiong could only threaten them with the name of the Shangguan clan to protect them. When the four heard this, their faces changed as they stared at Shangguan Feixiong. Shangguan Feixiong, are you really going to protect them? Our Shangguan clan is indebted to them. Even if we have to use all our resources, our Shangguan clan will protect them. Shangguan Feixiong said firmly. Indebted to them? Killing all the people from the Shangguan clan in the ancient battlefield? I wonder where this debt came from. Our Shangguan clan will protect them with all our resources. Shangguan Feixiong, who gave you the right to boast like that? At this moment, a cold voice sounded from the horizon. Immediately after, powerful auras appeared from the horizon. It was the people from the Shangguan clan. The one leading them was the current clan master of the Shangguan clan, Shangguan Feilin. Shangguan Feilin wore a luxurious purple-gold robe. His handsome face turned gloomy after hearing about Shangguan Qixiang's death. Behind him, there were four primordial core realm experts. Each of them was emitting powerful auras at the mid-primordial core realm. In addition, there were many early primordial core realm experts. Shangguan Feilin. Shangguan Feixiong turned around and saw Shangguan Feilin. His eyes were burning with anger, and he did not hide his murderous intent at all. How dare you! Not only did you not call me clan master, you even forgot to call me elder brother. Shangguan Feilin said coldly. Before Shangguan Feixiong could say anything, Shangguan Feilin glanced at the barbarians and said coldly, People of the Shangguan clan, listen up. As the clan master, I order you to take down these barbarians who dare to attack the Shangguan clan. When the group of Shangguan family experts heard this, they shouted, Yes, and immediately attacked. Stop. Let me see who dares to move. Shangguan Feixiong gave up on scolding Shangguan Feilin and shouted at the primordial core realm experts. However, other than a few people who were slightly stunned, the rest of the primordial core realm experts rushed toward the barbarians without hesitation. All of you stop, I killed Shangguan Qixiang, and the thing you want is also with me. All of a sudden, an indifferent voice sounded out. P.S. I apologize to everyone for the unstable updates. Now, every chapter is edited and released on the spot. I would like to give you a punctual update time so that you can read it when the time is right, but I can't give you a specific time without a draft. When I have a draft, even if there are only 2 chapters, I will update you on time. Chapter 581. Under the stone order, Zichen, who was ready to fight against the rules, had appeared for a long time. However, Tyrant and the others were too powerful and attracted everyone's attention. As a result, the real main character was ignored. Fortunately, Zichen spoke at the crucial moment and successfully attracted everyone's attention. The group of Elixir Realm experts did not listen to Shangguan Feixiong. Instead, they stopped after hearing Zichen's calm words. Then, everyone's eyes fell on Zichen instantly. Then, many experts' expressions changed. This was because many of the people present knew Zichen, or had seen him before. Zichen's great reputation had already been known by many forces before he had even entered the ancient battlefield. The barbarian Zichen. This was a name that made many forces feel humiliated. "I killed that bastard Shangguan Qishan with my own hands," Zichen said calmly as he glanced at Shangguan Feiling. Then, he looked at the four overlords again and said calmly, "Aren't you acting all righteous just for the ancient beast corpses? I have all the rewards this time." Then, his gaze fell on the 8 forces, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "As for the trash Zephyr that you sent out, they were all slaughtered by me." His calm expression and calm words brought about an unimaginable shock. Everyone's mind was shaken, and their faces were filled with disbelief. His frankness made Zichen, who was already the center of attention, become the focus of attention in an instant. There were other experts on the 8 forces' side. When they saw Zichen and heard Zichen's words, their eyes were burning with anger and killing intent surged around them. As for the 4 overlords, the expressions of the Elixir Realm experts kept changing. At the same time, they were communicating with Wu Bo and the others through telepathy. Obviously, they were verifying the credibility of Zichen's words. The facts proved that as the leader of the barbarians, it was very likely that Lin Fan had all the rewards. Seeing that his son's murderer was right in front of him, the corners of Shangguan Feiling's mouth twitched with anger. He wished he could swallow Zichen whole, chew him into pieces, and swallow him whole. The primal core experts of the Shangguan family all looked at Shangguan Feiling. Obviously, they were listening to his orders and arrangements. "Bring him here." Shangguan Feiling gritted his teeth. "Do it! Kill!" At the same time, the 4 overlords and the 8 cardinal forces also issued orders. Therefore, after giving the order, more than a dozen primordial Dan experts rushed towards Zichen. From the moment Zichen had appeared until now, he had not moved at all. Even when he was facing the attack of a group of experts, he did not move at all. Even the energy in his body did not surge. He just stood there like a mortal. In the eyes of the crowd, Zichen, who remained motionless and calm, was obviously too arrogant. He was courting death. Thus, the group of Dan Origin Realm experts rushed forward, preparing to kill Zichen in close combat. Buzz! His Gene Dan essence rushed up. The attack was close at hand. Zichen still did not move, but the stone medallions above him moved. The 5 stone medallions trembled in an instant. The simple and unadorned stone medallions flashed with brilliance. Then, they emitted rays of light, forming a large net of light in the air and falling from the sky. The light that appeared on the stone tokens was naturally the rules of the ancient battlefield. At this moment, the net formed by the stone tokens fell, which was equivalent to the power of rules falling. Swoosh, swoosh. Like a sharp blade, all the primordial Dan experts who were enveloped by the net of rules were instantly cut open. As blood splattered, neat and smooth cuts appeared in front of the crowd. As for their spiritual thoughts, they were instantly destroyed by the rules. Red blood instantly covered the ground. The bodies that had been cut into pieces also spilled on the ground. Zichen still did not move. Even his expression did not change. However, the primordial Dan experts who were lucky enough to stay outside of the net looked at Zichen as if they had seen a ghost. In their eyes, the net formed by the stone tokens should have been controlled by Zichen. Controlling the stone tokens to fight shocked the crowd. It was far more shocking than Zhang Haotian, the monk, and the others. Moreover, nearly 10 of the primordial Dan experts were killed in an instant. Such a terrifying number of casualties was extremely shocking. Seeing the scattered corpses on the ground, the expressions of the 5 overlords instantly changed. That was because the stone tokens that were supposed to be collected by them had suddenly lost control at this moment. Compared to Zichen, the stone tokens were obviously more important. Therefore, the experts of the 5 overlords all looked at Zichen, asking him what he was doing to control the stone tokens. "I want the stone tokens." Zichen gazed at the 5 overlords and a mocking smile appeared on his face as he said, "If you still want the stone order, then let my friends leave first." Zichen's words were a threat. However, the stone tokens were too important. They naturally could not lose them. Therefore, they did not even hesitate for a second and nodded in agreement. "You can leave." Zichen looked at the monk and the others and said calmly. During this period, he still did not move. In the sky, ever since the stone tokens shone, the light had not been retracted. Moreover, there were still streaks of rules descending and circling around Zichen. "Let's go." The group of people took one last look at Zichen and then turned to leave. Wang Xian's eyes were red, but she did not want to cry. After taking one last look at Zichen, she left. This one last look might be an eternal farewell. This was because they knew that Zichen's fight against the rules had just begun. Other than Shangguan Bingxi, Wang Qiong and the others all left. Many people's eyes flashed and had different thoughts in their hearts. However, after looking at Zichen and thinking about the barbarians, they finally gave up on chasing after them. "They have left. You should return the stone tokens," a Dan origin realm expert from one of the overlords asked coldly. Zichen smiled faintly and said, "Let's wait for a while. There's no hurry." Another long time passed. This period of time was enough for the barbarians to run 100,000 miles away. The stone tokens were too important. The patience of the overlords was finally worn out. One of the Dan origin realm experts shouted coldly at Zichen, "Zichen, quickly hand over the stone tokens." Zichen's calm expression had a tinge of sarcasm. He then asked, "Can't you see that I'm not the one controlling the stone tokens? It's the stone tokens that are trapping me." Zichen's question made everyone speechless. When they took a closer look at the light and saw it clearly, they did not know whether to laugh or cry. Sure enough, the light from the stone medallion kept circling around Zichen. However, after seeing it clearly, they knew that the light wasn't protecting Zichen. It was more like it was probing his body. As for the Dan origin realm expert who was killed by the light, it was because he accidentally entered the range of the light. He was clearly restrained by the stone tokens, but he still dared to use it to threaten others, save his friends, and play with the overlords. While everyone was speechless, they also admired Zichen's courage and meticulousness. At the same time, they were also very puzzled. Why did the stone tokens only restrain Zichen and even circle around him to probe him? Could it be that there was something special on him? However, it was a pity that no one could answer this question. Strands of rule power probed around Zichen, but after failing to find anything, they seemed to be extremely unwilling to give up. The light around Shiling's body flashed again, and then even more rule power fell. These rule power were densely packed, like thousands of threads, and filled the area where Zichen was. However, there was no destructive power in them, and they seemed to be purely probing for rule power before landing on Zichen's body. At this moment, Zichen felt like he was being spied on, and it was from all directions. This was even scarier than being naked, because his soul was also exposed. These power of the rules were probing from all directions, from every drop of blood to every bone in his body. Zichen's forehead was already covered in sweat. This was caused by nervousness. Obviously, he did not expect the stone tokens to be so difficult to deal with. Around them, the curiosity in the eyes of the crowd was even stronger. What was the stone tokens trying to find on Zichen's body? The moment the stone tokens came into contact with the thunder element in Zichen's body, the stone tokens in Zichen's heart, the stone tokens immediately retreated and came to an end. However, before Zichen could heave a sigh of relief, the law that had finished probing his body entered Zichen's soul and discovered the purple gold gourd. Buzz! With a tremor, the power of the rules forcibly pulled out the purple gold gourd from Zichen's sea of consciousness. This scene caused Zichen's heart to jump to his throat. After being refined again, the purple gold gourd had become simple and unadorned. It was like an ordinary object in the sea of consciousness, but it was still forcibly pulled out. However, just as the power of the rules was about to probe the purple gold gourd, the simple and unadorned purple gold gourd suddenly flashed with a bright purple gold light. The bright purple gold runes flowed on the surface of its body, and a mysterious and powerful aura emerged from the purple gold gourd. Without Zichen's control, the purple gold gourd was actually resisting the probing power of the rules on its own. Such a strange scene not only stunned Zichen, but also the people around them. They did not expect that the stone tokens would actually find something on Zichen's body. Then, their eyes became eager. Obviously, the thing that the stone tokens were looking for was the purple gold gourd. Something that the stone tokens were interested in was naturally not ordinary. For a time, many people were greedy. Buzz! The purple gold gourd kept trembling, releasing a mysterious and powerful aura, constantly urging the runes on its surface to prevent the power of the rules from invading. In midair, the stone tokens kept glowing, and more power of the rules emerged, forming thousands of rays of light that tried to break through the defense of the purple gold gourd. For a time, the two kinds of energy were in a stalemate, touching, and silently confronting each other. Around them, the people did not know what was going on and did not dare to breathe loudly. As the stone tokens emitted more and more destructive rays of light, they had to retreat far away. Chapter 582. The purple gold gourd defended itself like an iron wall. It was impregnable, like a purple gold lump. There were no flaws on its body. Shirling was not to be outdone. As it trembled continuously, the power of the rules fell. It represented the strongest destruction rules of the ancient battlefield, and slashed the purple gold gourd. This was a silent confrontation, but the energy contained in it was unimaginably powerful. If it was in the ancient battlefield, even a group of ancient beasts would die in an instant. Unfortunately, the purple gold gourd was not a product of the ancient battlefield and was not controlled by this rule. Hence, when the strongest destruction rules fell on it, its power was greatly reduced. Cold sweat kept falling from Zichen's forehead. Obviously, he was extremely nervous. This was a matter of life and death. Once Shirlingtan found out that there was an existence that violated the rules in the purple gold gourd, the strongest destructive force would land on him in the next moment. Although he wasn't a product of the ancient world and the power of the rules would be discounted when it landed on him, there was no mistake that he would instantly die under the power of the rules. In the purple gold gourd, Old Tortoise and Spirit Devouring Rat were extremely nervous when they saw that the purple gold runes in the internal space were flowing faster, and there were rumbling thunders coming from the purple gold gourd from time to time. The supreme beast Longhu was also surrounded by the power of the rules. It was ready to let the power of the rules rush up to block the gap in the purple gold gourd and confuse Shirling at any time. However, judging from the current situation, Shirling was obviously not that easy to confuse. Time passed by minute by minute. The group of experts in the distance held their breaths and watched the silent confrontation quietly. A quarter of an hour passed. The silent confrontation continued and became more intense. Some energy fluctuations were faintly surging. Zichen was so nervous that he broke out in cold sweat. Once the energy fluctuations surged with hostility towards Zichen would definitely die. In the distance, the other experts retreated again. The power of the rules was not hostile towards Zichen, but it was hostile towards them. Half an hour passed, then half an hour passed. The silent battle finally came to an end after an hour. The final result was that the purple gold gourd had won. The power of the natural order was completely retracted and surged into the stone order. The 5 stone orders that were protecting the sky also disintegrated in an instant. Then, they flew towards the 5 overlords. The strange change in the stone token was a major event in the Bedlam lands. Therefore, the 5 overlords had already sent out late primal core experts. When the stone token flew back, it fell into their hands. Who? The silent confrontation ended. Zichen, who had fought against the rules, was finally victorious. He heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if a huge mountain had been lifted from his chest. He sat down on the ground and felt completely exhausted. There was not a trace of strength left in his body. Previously, when he stood motionless for an hour, it was as if he had been in a fierce battle for several days and nights. The purple gold gourd fell from the sky and became simple and unadorned again. It was stored in Zichen's sea of consciousness. In the sky, the passageway slowly recovered after the stone order left. At this moment, the ancient battlefield that only opened once every 1,000 years was closed. The next time it opened would be another 1,000 years. With the stone order back in place, the crisis was resolved. The overlords no longer had any scruples. In an instant, a crazy killing intent swept towards Zichen. Killing intent was everywhere. It was densely packed and filled the sky. Whether it was those who had a grudge against Zichen or those who did not, they released their crazy killing intent without any scruples. They released their killing intent for a reason. Some wanted to avenge their sons, some wanted to avenge their clansmen, some wanted to avenge the ancient beast's corpses, and some wanted the purple gold gourd that had fought against the stone order. They all had different reasons, but they all had the same goal, which was to kill Zichen. Therefore, everyone released their killing intent towards Zichen. At this moment, it was as if Zichen had provoked the wrath of the entire world. Sensing the dense killing intent, Shangguan Feixiong was furious. He clearly could not stand it anymore and wanted to stand up for Zichen. He was the only one who was willing to stand up for Zichen. However, he was stopped by Shangguan Bingshi. She then whispered to her father, "Father, there is nothing for us to do here. We should leave. Let's go." Shangguan Feixiong's eyes widened when he heard that. He then turned around and criticized Shangguan Bingshi. "There are so many enemies who want to kill Zichen. How can we leave? Moreover, he saved you. We cannot be ungrateful. Enemies." Shangguan Bingshi swept his gaze over the people who were emitting killing intent, and his eyes suddenly turned cold as he said, "These people are not Zichen's enemies, and they are not worthy of being Zichen's enemies, because they will soon be dead." Right then, everyone's attention was focused on Zichen. Naturally, no one cared about the two from the Shangguan clan. Therefore, no one listened to their conversation. Even if they did, they would only laugh coldly. He was only at the mid-stage of the Zephyr realm. How could he kill more than 100 core realm warriors? What? Shangguan Feixiong, who knew that his daughter rarely joked, was shocked. Even if they don't all die, most of them will die. Let's go. Zichen can take care of this. There were so many powerful warriors here. They could even attack a powerful force. Shangguan Feixiong did not believe that Zichen could kill more than half of them by himself. However, he still listened to his daughter. He turned around and looked at Zichen. Then, he saw something that made him speechless. He saw Zichen, who was facing so many killing intents, pick up the spirit rings of the dead core realm warriors on the ground calmly. Although Shangguan Feixiong had no idea where Zichen's confidence came from, he had to believe that Zichen would have a way to deal with so many powerful experts. Afterward, Shangguan Feixiong did not hesitate anymore. He took a few of his trusted subordinates and followed Shangguan Bingshi back to the Shangguan clan. As soon as they left, a group of powerful warriors surrounded Zichen. They surrounded Zichen until not even a drop of water could get through. Naturally, the overlords were at the front. They looked down at Zichen with murderous intents. One of them yelled, "Zichen, let's see where you can run to today." Zichen took all the spirit rings. Then, he stood up and said regretfully, "What a pity. The elixir weapon is broken. It's useless now." The group of powerful warriors was furious. How dare he ignore them when he was surrounded like this? Therefore, many of them yelled again. Only then did Zichen look at them. His expression was calm, and there was a faint smile on his face. "Run? Why should I run?" "Humph! You can't run even if you want to." Shangguan Feilin snorted. As the head of the Shangguan clan, he had a noble status. Even though every inch of land around Zichen was worth gold, he still had to leave an empty space in front of him. Shangguan Qixiang's death made him not care about his status as the head of the Shangguan clan. He said coldly, "Even if I die, I'll torture you to death." Zichen looked at Shangguan Feilin and said indifferently, "You're that scumbag young Master Xiang's father, right? Brother Feilin, are you sure you want to go against me?" As soon as Zichen finished speaking, Shangguan Feilin was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The people of the Shangguan clan were even more furious. They wanted nothing more than to tear Zichen apart on the spot. The others also had a strange look on their faces. They thought that this guy really couldn't see the situation clearly. At this moment, he should be kneeling down and begging for mercy. Instead, he called Shangguan Qixiang a scum and then called his father a brother. Everyone was speechless. "Are you in a hurry to die? I won't let you die so easily." Even the well-mannered Shangguan Feilin's face twisted when he heard Zichen's words. However, he resisted the urge to slap Zichen to death. "Die? I'm still alive and well. Brother Feilin, why would I want to die?" Zichen looked at Shangguan Feilin and asked curiously. Shangguan Feilin was naturally happy to hear the same title, Brother Feilin, from other people. However, when it came from Zichen, he felt a chill run down his spine. For a long time, he couldn't help but tremble with anger whenever he heard the title. Seeing that Shangguan Feilin was silent for a long time, Zichen looked at the other overlords and asked, "Brother overlords, could it be that you want to kill me as well? Are you sure you want to oppose me? Idiot brat, who do you think you are? We can kill you with a single finger. Killing you is as easy as swatting a fly. Do we need to think about it?" Raged one of the overlords. They were all at the core devil realm, and even the youngest of them had lived for hundreds of years. Although age was never a factor in the martial heaven continent, for them to be called brother by a brat was an immense insult. "Idiot brat, we're going to kill you today. Furthermore, we're going to tear you to pieces and take everything from you. Furthermore, we're going to capture your friends and kill them all." Another old Dan origin core cultivator with a grizzled beard was so angry that his body trembled, and his speech became incoherent. They were clearly infuriated and wanted to kill Zichen. However, with Shangguan Feilin here, they had killed his son. They had to give him some face. "Capture him first," said Shangguan Feilin indifferently. "Wait." Before the others could say no, Zichen suddenly shouted. Then, he put away his joking expression and said seriously, "All the forces in Chaos City, big and small, had better think it through. From today onwards you will oppose me, Zichen. We will not rest until one of us is dead. Idiot brat, there's no need for us to consider this. Killing you is just a matter of minutes. A mere barbarian can kill you as easily as killing an ant. Why do we need to consider this?" Everyone was finally enraged, so they all opened their mouths. In an instant, Zichen was drowned in a sea of reprimands. "Alright, then I have one last question. Can you all let me live today?" asked Zichen. However, looking at the group of red-eyed experts who were about to open their mouths and curse, it was obvious that this was a stupid question. Chapter 583. Zichen pointed to the sky and said coldly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Such a serious expression was completely different from before. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads and looked up. Above everyone's head, the sky was blue and cloudless. The sun was shining brightly. There was no one, no beast, and nothing unusual. They were fooled again. All the experts were furious. Sorry, it was a mistake. Zichen quickly smiled apologetically and said, "Next time will be fine. Thus, he became serious again. His aura surged around him, and his face became gloomy. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He shouted, "Everyone, look at the sky again!" After being played like monkeys one after another, the experts were so angry that their noses were about to become crooked, and they wanted to vomit blood. At this moment, looking at Zichen's serious expression, they all had the impulse to disregard their status and curse. Obviously, at this moment, no fool would believe Zichen. No one raised their head to look at the sky. They were all surging with murderous intent. The group of elders was even glaring at him. Therefore, no one noticed that the clear blue sky had suddenly turned silver. Streaks of dazzling silver light filled the entire world. "Look above! Why don't you believe me?" Zechen pointed to the sky and said loudly. "Thunder fall! Who the F***ck would believe you? You idiot, do you think we're monkeys? I can't take it anymore. This is too infuriating. I have to beat him up first." The expert's patience finally reached its limit. After being fooled by Zechen again, they finally exploded and began to swear. Boom! The sky shook and silver light flashed. A silver light suddenly fell on Zechen. It was a thunderbolt. It was very powerful and directly exploded on Zechen's head. The power of the thunderbolt raged on Zechen's body. Then, in the sky, a boundless heavenly might appeared. This boundless heavenly might wreaked havoc, enveloping everyone in an instant. Everyone was stunned by the sudden change in the sky. Raising their heads, they saw a large patch of silver light appearing in the sky. At the same time, terrifying bolts of lightning descended from the sky. There were many primordial core cultivators present, and many of them had personally experienced the heavenly thunder tribulations. The moment they saw the silver light above their heads, they recognized what it was, and their expressions changed drastically. The heavenly thunder tribulation represented a cultivator's defiance of the heavens and earth. The heavens and earth did not approve of it, so it sent down a destructive thunder tribulation. This was the thunder tribulation. It was also a great tribulation on the path of cultivation. No one knew how many fully prepared cultivators at the peak of spiritual origin had died under the thunder tribulation. At this moment, the lightning tribulation appeared again. It instantly sensed the aura of the human cultivators below, so the range of the lightning tribulation expanded again, and the vast lightning might became even more terrifying. Damn it, he actually attracted the heavenly lightning tribulation. When the heavenly lightning tribulation appears, everyone will have to face it. Damned barbarians, how could they be so insidious? The group of cultivators was shocked and roared. Among them, there were many who flew up to join in the fun. With a look of despair, they turned around and fled. The lightning tribulation had already appeared. Even if they killed Zechen now, they would still have to face the tribulation. Therefore, escaping at this moment was the best choice. They wanted to get as far away from Zechen as possible and hide in a deserted place to face the tribulation. Zechen was right in front of them. The primordial core cultivators of the overlords made a prompt decision to kill Zechen. If they killed Zechen, although the lightning tribulation would still exist, it would not appear continuously. They could still avoid this tribulation. But before their attacks landed, they saw a defensive light shield appear on Zechen's body. It was a black light shield, but its defense was surprisingly strong. More than 10 primordial core cultivators' powerful attacks landed on it, but they did not shatter. Then, the heavenly lightning wings on Zechen's back opened, flashing with bright silver light. The strength of the peak of the mid-level Zephyr realm was fully displayed. He began to face the tribulation. But before that, he turned into a silver light first. Using the defense of the black light shield, he broke through the impenetrable formation and soared into the sky, above everyone's head. Boom! As Zechen released his aura, the lightning tribulation above his head became even more powerful. Bolts of silver lightning fell from the sky like chains. In the blink of an eye, the place became a sea of lightning. The world was silver white. Rolling thunder reverberated in the sky. Endless lightning fell from above, releasing terrifying lightning tribulation. There were many cultivators here. According to the number of lightning tribulation each person had to face, there were hundreds of lightning tribulation, close to thousands of lightning tribulation. Amidst the vast and mighty thunder, shrill screams resounded in the heavens and earth. Lightning surged and blood rained down. Some cultivators couldn't even withstand the first bolt of heavenly lightning and died in the thunder tribulation. Boom! In the sky, the silver light was even more dazzling. Thousands of lightning bolts fell, causing the world to tremble. Below, The cultivators who had been surging with killing intent earlier were now filled with horror and despair. They frantically fled in all directions. However, in the process of fleeing, there were cultivators who died under the heavenly lightning from time to time. Their charred bodies fell from the sky. Humph! Zichen stood in the air and looked down with his cold eyes. The heavenly lightning wings on his back kept flapping. When he blocked the lightning tribulation, he would also look around. When he sensed that someone was about to escape from the lightning tribulation, he would turn into a silver light and chase after them. After staying in the ancient battlefield for more than a year, Zichen's strength had already reached the peak of the mid-level Zephyr realm. He was only one lightning tribulation away from the late-stage Zephyr realm. He had foreseen the scene before him, so the lightning tribulation this time was purposely prepared for everyone. As for the old tortoise and Longhu, Zichen did not want them to be exposed for now. Cries of agony, roars, and claps of thunder echoed in the lightning ocean. The cultivators fell to the lightning tribulation in despair. The place turned into a living hell in the blink of an eye. Barbarian, are you trying to kill everyone? You're so cruel. Goddamn barbarian, we swear that we'll never forgive you from now on. Vicious and merciless barbarian, you're so cruel. Be careful that you don't die a good death. As time passed, the lightning ocean had completely filled the place. From afar, it looked like a lightning domain with terrifying lightning. Curses and curses were echoing in the lightning domain too. Zichen's eyes flickered and his expression was cold. He glanced down at the place, trying his best not to let anyone live. Meanwhile, a blood-red broken spear appeared in his hand. He dove down and was ready to attack. Puff! Following a soft sound, the broken spear had already penetrated the back of a core realm cultivator from a formidable faction. The latter was blocking the lightning tribulation and did not expect someone to attack him from behind. Following a sharp pain in his chest, he saw a blood-red spear sticking out of his chest. Amidst the shock, the other party's eyes slowly lost focus. Blood splattered. Zichen pulled out the spear with force. Ignoring the core realm cultivator who had lost his vitality, he rushed toward the second core realm cultivator. Zichen's target was very clear. He wanted to kill the core realm cultivators of the 8 forces and the 5 overlords. These were the forces who had a direct grudge with him, so he had to kill them first. Especially the 8 forces, they had almost killed Zichen's friends in the ancient battlefield. This had already crossed Zichen's bottom line. Therefore, at this moment, they had become Zichen's first targets. As the heavenly thunder wings flapped, Zichen relied on his teleportation-like speed to move among the core realm cultivators. The cold broken spear kept stabbing. Puff! These core realm cultivators were using all their strength to block the lightning tribulation. Zichen's arrival with the broken spear was completely unexpected, so he could almost succeed every time. As for the core realm cultivators who could barely fight against Zichen, under the dual attacks of the lightning tribulation and Zichen, their bodies were either pierced by the broken spear or turned into charcoal by the lightning tribulation. When Zichen pulled the blood-red broken spear out of the core realm cultivator's chest again, more than half of the core realm cultivators from the 8 forces had died. Zichen was like a grim reaper wandering in a sea of lightning. Wherever he passed, the core realm cultivators were all killed. Everyone was completely scared out of their wits. At this moment, they could only run for their lives. As for the remaining core realm cultivators of the 8 forces, they did not even dare to say a word. They turned and ran. However, under Zichen's teleportation-like speed, no one could escape successfully. After a few more breaths, the remaining core realm cultivators of the 8 forces also fell one after another. In the end, all the core realm cultivators of the 8 forces who came this time were killed. After slaughtering the 8 forces, Zichen's gaze fell on the 5 overlords. They were together with the late-stage core realm cultivators of their families, resisting the lightning tribulation while fleeing in the direction of Chaos City. "Where do you think you're going?" Zichen shouted. He flashed forward, the broken spear in his hand emitting a monstrous killing intent. He rushed toward the Wu family cultivator who was closest to him. "Not good, he's coming. Hurry up and kill him." Wu Bo, who was panicking, shouted in fear when he saw Zichen rushing toward them. Die, brat! A cold light flashed in the eyes of the late-stage core realm cultivator of the Wu family. After shattering the lightning tribulation, he formed a sword with 2 fingers and slashed at Zichen. Puff! A sharp and terrifying sword light instantly appeared in front of Zichen. Then, it directly cut Zichen in 2. The difference in strength between the two was like heaven and earth. It was normal for the opponent to be able to kill Zichen in 1 strike. Unfortunately, Zichen, who was cut in 2, did not shed a single drop of blood. When he was cut in 2, he had already turned into energy and dissipated. Not good, a clone! The expression of the late Dan Yuan expert changed drastically as he cursed in his heart. A smile had just appeared on Wu Bo's face when he felt a monstrous killing intent behind him in the next moment. However, before he could react in time, he suddenly felt a piercing pain in his heart. Puff! Zichen's figure appeared behind Wu Bo. The broken spear in his hand pierced deeply into Wu Bo's back. At the same time, a destructive energy passed through the broken spear and entered Wu Bo's body. You're worse than scum. Living is a waste of resources. Before he died, Wu Bo heard Zichen's cold evaluation of him. Then, the surging energy destroyed his life force. Wu Bo died, and his body fell from the sky. As for Zichen, he had already dodged and appeared in front of another core realm cultivator. Clang! Clang! Chapter 584. In just a few breaths, Zichen had killed 2 people from the overlords. One was an early primal core cultivator, and the other was a flying freak who represented his family. In the surging sea of lightning, all the cultivators were shocked. Zichen had killed all the primal core cultivators from the 8 major powers, leaving none alive. His actions had already shocked them greatly. Obviously, he was going to fight to the death with the 8 major powers. But in the next moment, Zichen pointed his spear at the overlords and killed 2 people in an instant. This was a historical moment. It meant that Zichen had begun to challenge the overlords. This was the first time the overlords had been provoked since they took control of Chaos City. Strictly speaking, it was by a barbarian. You! The late primal core cultivator from the Wu clan said coldly. The other primal core cultivators beside him were also furious. They were the overlords, the true rulers of the Bedlam land. Normally, the Bedlam land would tremble with a stomp of their feet. But today, as an overlord, someone dared to kill one of their people. And the other party was a barbarian. This was the most direct and naked provocation. It was also a declaration of war against the overlords. You are making an enemy out of the overlords, said the middle-stage primal core cultivator from the Wu clan with a gloomy expression after hearing Wu Bo's words. From the moment you were greedy, we were already enemies. In the endless sea of lightning, Zichen's cold voice sounded. Then, a blood-red broken spear broke through the lightning and pierced the chest of a primal core cultivator. There was a soft sound, and blood splattered. Another Wu clan cultivator had died. You are provoking the overlords. Damn barbarian! Your stupid decision will not only harm yourself, but also the entire Bedlam land. Looking at the dead primal core cultivator, the Wu clan cultivator said angrily. One day, we will lead an army and trample over the Bedlam land. Humph, is that a threat? Zichen snorted coldly in the sea of lightning. Then, his body flashed to the side like a ghost. At the place where he had been standing, an energy sword tore through the void. This attack was from a late primal core cultivator. You're threatening us, you foolish barbarians. That's the truth, the expert from the Wu clan said angrily. Your so-called truth, in my opinion, is just a meaningless threat. As for you all, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. With these cold words, Zichen, who had the heavenly thunder wings, once again flashed in front of a Dan primordial cultivator. The broken spear in his hand instantly pierced forward. Clang! Clanging sounds rang out. Zichen was met with a counterattack from a Jin Dan cultivator. However, his opponent only lasted for a few breaths of time before his body was drowned by the sea of lightning. Then, he let out a shrill scream. The Wu family had several primal core experts. However, after Zichen's continuous attacks, only 2 of them were left. One was a late-stage primal core expert, while the other was a mid-stage primal core expert. These were 2 powerful existences. Even with the help of the heavenly thunder tribulation, Zichen could not kill them in a short period of time. Moreover, Zichen himself was undergoing the tribulation. Therefore, Zichen took advantage of the fact that the thunder might wasn't too strong. The heavenly lightning wings on his back flapped as he transformed into a silver light and charged towards the other overlord forces. He had to finish off all the people he could kill within the limited time. Zichen's attacks were decisive and merciless. The broken spear in his hand pierced forward continuously. Large amounts of blood splattered. Chen Liang of the Chen family fell into a pool of blood. The other Chen family primal core experts also fell one after another. Just like the Wu family, Zichen, who had the heavenly thunder wings, displayed his true extreme speed. Whoever the broken spear pointed at would be killed. Even late-stage primal core experts could not protect them. The Chen family followed in the footsteps of the Wu family. The experts that came from the family this time were all killed by Zichen. Only 2 of them were left. Because he had to chase after the people from the overlord forces, Zichen could not take care of everyone. In the distance, many experts had already rushed out of the Sea of Thunder. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear. Seeing Zichen crazily chasing after the people from the overlord forces, they all thought that Zichen had gone crazy. Zichen was just a barbarian. He actually dared to provoke the 5 overlord forces. This was a death wish. Not to mention that he was only in the flight realm. Even if he gathered all the forces in the barbarian land, they would not be enough to be trampled by one overlord force. It was just a momentary pleasure. Not only did he hurt himself, but he also implicated the entire barbarian land. From now on, there will be no more barbarians. In the past 10,000 years, no one had survived after offending the overlord forces. In the eyes of all the cultivators, Zichen was already a dead man. Moreover, in order to protect the dignity of the overlord forces, not only did Zichen have to die, but even the barbarian land would be unlucky. It might even cease to exist under the wrath of the overlord forces. After they rushed out of the Sea of Thunder, they did not stay for long. Instead, they flew into the distance. This was because there were still silver heavenly thunders above their heads. The 3rd overlord force that Zichen killed was the Shangguan clan. These nascent core experts were all under the leadership of Shangguan Feilin. They were not on the same side as Shangguan Feixiong. Therefore, Zichen did not have any scruples and started to kill crazily. One after another, nascent core experts fell under Zichen's feet. During this time, Zichen also tried to attack Shangguan Feilin. If he could kill the current leader of the Shangguan clan here, it would cause a sensation. Unfortunately, as the leader of the Shangguan clan, Shangguan Feilin was not only powerful, but he also had many good things on him. When he tried to get close to him, he was almost cut in half by the powerful weapon in Shangguan Feilin's hand. Zichen knew that he had been too careless. He was too pleased with himself and retreated. However, after he killed all the early-stage nascent core experts of the Shangguan clan, he did not retreat immediately. Instead, he stayed close to them to undergo the Thunder Tribulation. Zichen's Thunder Tribulation was not very strong at the moment. However, the Thunder Tribulations of the Shangguan clan experts who were not far from him were very scary. As the heavenly thunders fell, several mid-stage nascent core experts could not help but vomit blood. "Barbarian, the Shangguan clan will not let you go." The experts of the Shangguan clan were all flustered and exasperated. Zichen was too fast. Almost no one could catch up with him. During this time, the late-stage nascent core experts tried to attack him many times, but he easily dodged them. After that, Zichen approached them again, trying to make the Thunder Tribulation more violent. Puff! While blocking the heavenly thunders, Shangguan Feilin could not help but vomit blood. His face was pale. He could not wait to kill Zichen immediately. The Thunder Tribulation was too terrifying. It was so loud that it naturally spread to Chaos City, alarming the cultivators there. Soon, figures flew over from the horizon. When they saw the scene in front of them, their expressions changed drastically. That's someone from an overlord force. Oh my god, someone is chasing after the experts of an overlord force. That's the head of the Shangguan clan. He is also vomiting blood. Beside him is Yukong. Seeing this scene, the cultivators were instantly dumbfounded. They could not believe what they were seeing. Many of them even rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. However, the reality told them that what they were seeing was real. An overlord force, the master of the land of chaos, was really being chased by someone. Moreover, it was Yukong. However, the strength of this Yukong was beyond imagination. Not only was he not afraid of the terrifying heavenly thunders, his combat strength was enough to kill an early-stage nascent core expert. Seeing him holding a spear and continuously chasing after and killing the nascent core experts of the overlords, they were shocked and speechless. It did not make sense for Yukong to be so powerful. They stayed outside the Thunder Tribulation and watched as Yukong killed the nascent core experts of the Shangguan clan. After that, he went on to kill the Wei and Zhou clans. Coupled with the heavenly thunders that fell from above, the early-stage nascent core experts of the two overlords were quickly killed. This was an extremely shocking and speechless scene. However, what made them even more speechless was that after Yukong killed all the early-stage nascent core experts of the two overlords, his gaze fell on the mid-stage nascent core experts. Then, relying on his immunity to the heavenly thunders, he began to circle around the mid-stage nascent core experts, making the Thunder Tribulation even more violent. This method was obviously very effective. As the Thunder Tribulation gradually became stronger, the mid-stage nascent core experts started to vomit blood. Then, their injuries gradually worsened. Can he really kill all the mid-stage nascent core experts? The figures in the distance were all shocked. However, reality proved that it was not impossible to kill all the mid-stage nascent core experts. In the Thunder Tribulation, there were already some mid-stage nascent core experts who could not withstand it. As their injuries worsened, their lives were also in danger. Boom! Just as the mid-stage nascent core experts were about to die, the sky suddenly began to tremble. The void instantly shattered, and then a terrifying aura surged out. From the broken void, 5 huge energy hands appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. When they appeared, they shattered the bolts of heavenly thunders, and then fell towards the nascent core experts of the overlords below. The huge energy hands fell, and then suddenly grabbed downwards. In an instant, they picked up the severely injured mid-stage nascent core experts and the late-stage nascent core experts who were resisting the heavenly thunders, and flew towards Chaos City. No, Grand Elder, kill this damned barbarian first! From one of the huge hands, the weak roar of a nascent core expert sounded. Boom! Boom! Sensing the appearance of an even stronger energy, the Thunder Tribulation in the sky above began to move violently. An even stronger thunder might surged out, and then a large amount of terrifying heavenly thunders fell from the sky, falling towards the huge energy hands. Boom! Boom! Amidst the sounds of explosions, bolts of heavenly thunders exploded, and the terrifying energy hands became dimmer under the roar of the heavenly thunders. After the first wave of heavenly thunders fell, the huge energy hands became even dimmer, but they blocked the first wave of attacks. After that, the huge energy hands entered Chaos City, and in the sky above, the second wave of heavenly thunders also fell towards Chaos City. The nascent core experts of the 5 overlords were rescued just like that. Zichen's eyes were full of unwillingness, but he did not chase after them madly. Instead, he decisively turned around, and with the Thunder Tribulation above his head, he flew in the opposite direction. Chapter 585. The people of the Overlord forces were rescued, and Zichen also escaped with the heavenly Thunder Tribulation, leaving behind a devastated land. The ground was soaked in blood, and charred corpses, elixir weapons, and corpses were everywhere. In the deep pits created by the energy explosions, thick smoke rose from time to time, and the smell of burnt flesh was pungent. In this battle, the barbarians Zichen obtained a complete victory. The 5 overlords were completely defeated, and the inner core experts of the 8 forces were all killed by Zichen alone. Amidst their shock, the spectating cultivators in the distance also quickly approached the battlefield. Zichen killed many inner core experts, and then fled in a hurry. He did not take their elixir weapons and spiritual rings. Apart from that, the inner core of these experts were still in their bodies. Inner core, elixir weapons, spiritual rings, all of these added up to a huge amount of wealth. No cultivator would not be tempted. Therefore, after the lightning tribulation dissipated and the battle stopped, another chaotic battle broke out in this area. In Chaos City, the lightning tribulation that followed the energy hand only appeared twice before it was forcefully destroyed by the experts of the 5 overlords. Their core essence cultivators had been slaughtered right in front of their own territory. This was obviously a great humiliation for the overlord forces. Furthermore, the heavenly lightning tribulation had followed them into Chaos City. Many cultivators had seen the devastating silver heavenly lightning bolt rush into the overlord forces' territory clearly. They believed that it would not be long before today's events spread out, and the 5 overlords would naturally become a laughing stock. Just as the lightning tribulation was destroyed by the experts, angry roars sounded from the mansions of the 4 overlords. Kill! Kill all the barbarians in Chaos City! Leave none alive! With these cold words, among the overlords, other than the Shangguan clan, the other 4 overlords sent out many primordial core experts to chase after Zichen. At the same time, there were also some experts who went straight to where the other barbarians were. In an instant, light flashed, and a powerful aura filled the sky. When they passed by the chaotic area, many experts also cut the Gordian knot and took away the things that belonged to their own families. Then, they followed the lightning tribulation and began to chase after Zichen. The heavenly thunder wings on Zichen's back flapped, bringing him far away in an instant. In just a few moments, he was already 100,000 miles away. Then, he found a mountain ridge and Zichen began to transcend the tribulation. Thunder rumbled above his head. Streaks of terrifying heavenly lightning fell from the sky, rumbling and emitting a destructive aura. As time passed, the power of the heavenly lightning tribulation grew stronger and stronger. Zichen had to go all out. Every bolt of heavenly lightning that landed on his body caused him to involuntarily tremble. Then, the boundless might of heavenly lightning began to wreak havoc on Zichen's body. As the lightning raged, Zichen was also absorbing the lightning energy, constantly tempering his body. His entire body was emitting a silver light, like a human-shaped thunderbolt in the middle of a sea of lightning. After withstanding dozens of bolts of heavenly lightning, Zichen's strong physique, which had undergone a baptism, began to show signs of damage. Pooh! His face turned red, and he couldn't help but cough up blood. Pale golden blood spilled out. His strong physique was severely damaged, and the speed at which he absorbed the power of heavenly lightning was greatly reduced. He roared to the sky, and the silver light around him turned golden. The blood in his body continued to circulate, emitting the sound of monstrous waves. The powerful perfect body continued to provide energy, and together with the ultimate energy, it allowed him to resist the bolts of heavenly lightning. Boom! The might of heavenly lightning raged. In the midst of the gradually increasing might of heavenly lightning, Zichen's perfect body was also damaged. Pale golden blood kept spilling out. Then, his bones were also shattered in the lightning, and the deep pain stimulated him. Zichen's expression was ferocious. He endured the pain in his body and launched a powerful battle technique. Golden light soared into the sky, constantly resisting the might of heavenly lightning. The heavenly lightning became stronger and stronger, and finally formed a sea of lightning again, falling from the sky and surrounding Zichen. In an instant, Zichen was attacked by many heavenly lightning. His body was severely injured, and his vitality became chaotic. Under the endless heavenly lightning, he suffered unimaginable injuries. However, the heavenly lightning tribulation that belonged to him was only at the mid-stage. The most terrifying tribulation had yet to come. Boom! In the sky, heavenly lightning raged, forming a sea of lightning. Endless heavenly lightning energy surged, and the vast might of heavenly lightning raged. Zichen, who was severely injured, clenched his teeth. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Light flashed in his palm, and an ancient medicine king appeared. The ancient medicine king shone brightly and emitted a rich spiritual force. Zichen immediately swallowed a leaf. The spiritual force in the ancient medicine king instantly turned into a rich life force that circulated in Zichen's body. It was as if he had swallowed a treasure elixir. The injuries all over his body healed under the naked eye. In an instant, Zichen regained his peak combat power. Again, Zichen roared to the sky. A strong aura surged around him, and his body emitted a bright golden light. He flew up into the sky and rushed into the sea of lightning. When the Dan Yuan of the overlords arrived, they were just in time to see a scene that shocked them. Is he still a human? It's just Zephyr Flight, but he can trigger the heavenly lightning tribulation. Moreover, it's such a terrifying heavenly lightning tribulation. From afar, they saw Zichen fly up into the sky and resist the sea of lightning. As the golden energy flashed, he shattered the heavenly lightning bolts one after another. Their faces were filled with shock. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and a terrifying aura rippled continuously. Zichen destroyed many heavenly lightning bolts, but there were still more. In the end, the heavenly lightning tribulation was even stronger. Zichen was sent flying by the heavenly lightning tribulation, and his body emitted black smoke after being struck by the lightning. Just when the group of strong cultivators were wondering if he had been struck to death by the lightning, they saw a rich life force emitting from his body. In an instant, he regained his peak combat power and flew up into the sky. The Dan Yuan cultivators in the distance were speechless. It was obvious that the life force was caused by the consumption of a treasure elixir. If a mere Zephyr Flight required the consumption of a treasure elixir, then what about when he broke through to the Dan Yuan realm? In the sky, the power of the Sea of Lightning became even stronger. Previously, Zichen flew up into the sky and lasted for a few breaths. But this time, he only lasted for 3 breaths. After 3 breaths of time, his body turned black once more as he fell from the sky and heavily smashed into the mountain ridge. The mountain ridge, which was already ravaged beyond recognition by the heavenly lightning, was directly smashed into pieces by Zichen, causing an endless amount of rubble to roll down. Smoke and dust billowed. Zichen's body dissipated. At the end of the Sea of Lightning, only black smoke rose. But soon, Zichen's charred body emitted rich life force again. Then, when his combat power recovered, he flew up into the sky again. After that, it was a continuous cycle. After smashing down, he flew up into the sky again. This cycle repeated. The Dan Yuan cultivators of the overlords in the distance were all in a petrified state. How many times has it been? One of them was tongue-tied. 6 times? Then it's 6 treasure elixirs. Yes. In addition to the shock, there was also the sound of people sucking in cold air. This was too extravagant. Others only needed 1 treasure elixir to pass through the heavenly lightning tribulation. But this Yukong had swallowed 6, and the heavenly lightning tribulation was not over yet. Such a huge consumption also shocked the Dan Yuan cultivators. They sighed in their hearts. Moreover, they seriously doubted if this Yukong really came from a barbarian land that was lacking in resources. To take out 6 treasure elixirs in one go, even if all of them added together, they would not have so many. But to swallow 6 treasure elixirs and still not be able to pass through the heavenly lightning tribulation, the horror of this tribulation shocked them. As the thunder rumbled, the heavenly lightning tribulation was still spreading. The Dan Yuan cultivators' expressions changed, and they quickly retreated. Before, they could still see flashes of golden light. But in the end, the heavenly lightning tribulation became more and more terrifying, and they could not see anything. This barbarian can't be dead, right? At this moment, the Dan Yuan cultivators were not confident. With such a terrifying heavenly lightning tribulation, not to mention Yukong, even if they barged in, they would definitely die. The heavenly lightning tribulation is not over yet. He should still be alive. Every heavenly lightning tribulation was fatal. And every time Zichen went through it, it was a narrow escape. The heavenly lightning tribulation this time was even more terrifying. Even if Zichen kept swallowing the ancient herb king, he still almost died. The terrifying heavenly lightning tribulation lasted for half an hour. Then, the heavenly lightning tribulation gradually dissipated. It's over. The heavenly lightning tribulation is over. It's finally over. What a terrifying heavenly lightning tribulation. I wonder if the barbarian is dead, or he survived the heavenly lightning tribulation by himself. The Danyuan cultivators in the distance exclaimed. After reaching the Danyuan realm, they had naturally experienced heavenly lightning tribulations. But those were only flashes of lightning, and there were only a few of them. Although they were powerful, they were far from being comparable to today's heavenly lightning tribulation. And this was not a heavenly lightning tribulation. It was more like a sea of lightning. Those who did not know would think that there were many cultivators going through the heavenly lightning tribulation together. The large mountain range from before had been completely destroyed. Huge craters were formed on the ground by the heavenly lightning tribulation. Smoke and dust were spurting out from time to time. Other than that, this place was dead silent. There was not even the slightest sign of life. Not to mention the aura of humans, there was not even the aura of plants. Could it be that he died under the heavenly lightning tribulation? They did not see Zichen's figure, nor did they feel any aura of life. Thinking back to the terrifying heavenly lightning tribulation, the Danyuan cultivators could not help but suspect that the barbarian was dead. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. The Danyuan cultivators flew forward. This is a heavenly lightning tribulation. What if there's not even a corpse left? Asked one of the Danyuan cultivators. One of the Danyuan cultivators was stunned. It was very possible that the barbarian had been blasted into nothingness. After thinking about it, he could only say, "Then let's look for the remains of the heavenly lightning tribulation." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a violent energy fluctuation came from one of the deep craters. Then, a golden figure flew out from within. The life force that they had not been able to sense earlier surged in the next instant. Resplendent golden light illuminated the world as rich life force filled the surroundings. In addition, there was also a pressure that caused people to tremble above the golden figure. It's you! You actually survived the heavenly lightning tribulation. Chapter 586. The group of primordial Dan cultivators had witnessed the terror of the heavenly thunder tribulation. The sea of lightning that appeared made their hearts tremble. Not to mention Yukong, even primordial Dan cultivators like them could not guarantee that they could survive the heavenly thunder tribulation. However, Yukong had successfully survived the heavenly thunder tribulation and even absorbed the power of life from the heavenly thunder tribulation. When his strength broke through, he was once again at his peak. The group of primordial Dan cultivators were shocked. Zichen's body was shining with golden light. His eyes were as sharp as lightning and his lips curled into a sinister smile. He did not answer the primordial Dan cultivators. Instead, he dashed towards one of the primordial Dan cultivators. "You're courting death!" The primordial Dan cultivator roared. Light flashed in his hand as he raised his elixir weapon up high and smashed it towards Zichen. This smash was full of power. The void was distorted as the power of destruction flowed on the elixir weapon. Dan Yuan was very confident in this attack. Looking at Zichen, who was charging towards him without dodging, a confident smile appeared on his face. He was confident that he could kill Yifugen with this attack. However, before his confident smile could fully bloom on his face, it froze in the next moment. Before the elixir weapon, Yukong had only used one finger to point at the elixir weapon. With just one finger, he had blocked the elixir weapon's attack. The power of destruction continued to surge out of the elixir weapon. However, it could not break through this finger. This finger was like a sacred mountain that blocked the elixir weapon and blocked all the attack. Dash. How is this possible? Dan Yuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. His expression was one of unwillingness. Then, he increased the power in his hand, wanting to break this finger. However, as he increased the power in his hand, the elixir weapon in his hand started to crack. As the cracks spread across the entire elixir weapon like a spider web, the elixir weapon suddenly exploded, sending countless pieces flying. Seeing that the elixir weapon in his hand was only left with a broken handle, the primordial Dan cultivator's eyes widened. His expression was one of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Then, he saw his opponent's finger, like a ghost, pointing at him at an extremely fast speed. A ray of golden light flashed before Dan Yuan's eyes like lightning. A terrifying aura surged from Yifutian's finger. Pooh! The golden light flashed and disappeared, followed by a soft sound. A finger hole appeared between the primordial core master's eyebrows, and fresh blood flowed out. In an instant, a core essence cultivator was killed. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the other Dan Essence Realm cultivators reacted and launched powerful attacks, Ziqin had already unfolded the heavenly thunder wings and rushed past the second Dan Essence Realm cultivator. Bang! Bang! The sound of two corpses falling to the ground rang out almost at the same time. Seeing the corpse on the ground, the expressions of the core essence cultivators changed, but they were not frightened. One of them even shouted, "He is just a bit faster! Everyone, raise your defenses and kill him with all your might!" Just as this Dan Yuan expert's words faded, he saw a silver light flash before his eyes. After which, his body suddenly rose in an uncoordinated manner. When he looked around, the gazes of the other Dan Yuan experts were filled with shock as they looked at him. After that, when this Dan primary cultivator heard the sound of the corpse falling to the ground, he felt his vision go black and he lost all his senses. His strength had broken through to the late stage of the Zephyr realm, and coupled with the heavenly thunderwings, the extreme speed displayed by Zichen left these Dan Yuan cultivators in the dust. As for Zichen's attack, he had to go through the trial of lightning every time he broke through. How could his attack be weak? Moreover, he had the perfect form, which was known as the strongest physique of humans. Although it was not the perfect form, it was not a problem for him to kill those in the early stage of Dan Yuan. This was a one-sided battle to begin with. The attacks of the Dan Yuan cultivators could not even land on Zichen. They would be killed before they could react. Moreover, after Zichen used the finger bone and the blood-colored broken spear, this battle became a one-sided massacre. Even though there were a few strong Dan Yuan cultivators on the side of the overlords, they could only withstand a few attacks from Zichen before they were killed in the end. Seeing their companions fall one by one without leaving any injuries on their opponents, the Dan Yuan cultivators finally felt fear and began to flee. However, under Zichen's heavenly thunder wings, no one could escape successfully. In less than 15 minutes, these Dan Yuan cultivators all fell into a pool of blood. Zichen really did not leave a single one alive. After that, Zichen very patiently collected the Dan Yuan cultivators' Dan weapons, spirit rings, and energy Dan Yuan. In the previous battle, in order to test the power of the finger bone, Zichen only broke one Dan Yuan cultivator. He collected the rest of the Dan Yuan cultivators' 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 Dan Yuan cultivators. After another 15 minutes, Zichen confirmed that he had collected all the Dan Yuan cultivators' Dan Yuan cultivators' Dan Yuan cultivators' Dan Yuan cultivators' Dan Yuan cultivators. He flapped his heavenly thunder wings and left. Next, he would go to the force that Wang Qiong had established. Then, he would bring this force to the outskirts of the Bedlam lands to establish his own force. Zichen was on his way. However, he did not expect that the Dan Yuan cultivators of the Overlord forces had already arrived in this area. More than 10 Dan Yuan cultivators appeared in the sky. They were all from the Overlord forces, and the leader was actually a mid-stage Dan Yuan cultivator. The powerful Dan Yuan aura enveloped the entire mountain peak. A crazy killing intent raged. The cultivators hidden in the various mountain peaks all poked their heads out, their faces filled with fear. The force that Wang Qiong had established was composed of cultivators who flew in the sky. In this area, they could only protect themselves. At this moment, when they saw the Dan Yuan cultivators in the sky releasing their killing intent, their faces all turned pale. "Great Lord, may I know what business you have with you?" One of the Dan Yuan cultivators mustered up his courage and asked. Although his voice was trembling, compared to the other Dan Yuan cultivators who were already trembling, he was much bolder. The Dan Yuan cultivator of the Overlord forces coldly glanced at the group of Dan Yuan cultivators. His eyes were filled with disdain. Then, he said coldly, "Kill without mercy." This was a death sentence. When the group of Dan Yuan cultivators heard this, they could not help but tremble. The fear in their hearts rose to the extreme. Then, before the Dan Yuan cultivators arrived, they all rushed out of the cave at their fastest speed and fled towards the horizon. Pooh! Pooh! The Dan Yuan cultivators of the Overlord forces did not arrive. This was because they had no intention of coming down to kill. As Dan Yuan cultivators, killing ordinary Dan Yuan cultivators was naturally a piece of cake for them. They stood in the sky and continuously attacked. All the Dan Yuan cultivators who were hit also fell from the sky with cries of agony. In a short moment, more than 10 Dan Yuan cultivators were killed. When the other Dan Yuan cultivators saw this scene, they were so scared that they hid in the caves again, not daring to come out. "Everyone who offends the Overlord forces must die." The mid-stage Dan Yuan cultivator snorted coldly. His cold eyes fell on the caves below. Then, he stepped into the air and slammed his palm towards the mountain peak below. Boom! The energy between heaven and earth surged. The huge and towering mountain peak instantly exploded under this palm. Then, a group of Dan Yuan cultivators screamed in agony. Hearing the screams, the faces of the Dan Yuan cultivators in the air were filled with joyful smiles. Energy swept across the mountain peak. Those who were lucky enough not to die rushed out of the mountain peak, but before they could rejoice that they were still alive, they were struck by sharp blades that fell from the sky. Their bodies fell from the sky, and they died instantly. "Kill without mercy. No one can live. This is the result of offending the Overlord forces." A cold voice reverberated in the sky. The Dan Yuan cultivator was teasing the enemy. "Where is the leader of the barbarians here? Could it be that he ran back to the barbarians' land in fear? Humph, even if he ran back to the barbarians' land, he will die." The Dan Yuan cultivator who spoke suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. He felt the dangerous aura coming from behind him. His senses were very sharp. In an instant he dodged. Then, he felt a monstrous killing intent sweeping towards him. Pooh! This Dan Yuan cultivator with sharp senses only saw a cold light flash before his eyes. Then, his vision turned black, and he lost consciousness completely. A headless body fell from the sky. A black figure flashed across the sky. A Dan Yuan cultivator was killed in an instant. At this moment, something strange happened. Behind another Dan Yuan cultivator, the void broke open silently. A tall black figure walked out from it. The figure held a black staff engraved with runes. It instantly smashed towards the Dan Yuan cultivator. A terrifying aura kept flowing. Boom! In a loud sound, the Dan Yuan cultivator was smashed by the black staff, turning into a bloody mess. Then, the black figure holding the black staff rushed towards the stunned Dan Yuan cultivators again. "Kaka, how dare you come here and cause trouble? Kill without mercy!" As if to prove the words of the demon ape, the void kept breaking open, and figures appeared from it. These were all Dan Yuan cultivators. They looked very young, but their combat power was comparable to Dan Yuan cultivators. At the moment when the two sides collided, some Dan Yuan cultivators from the Overlord forces were injured and died. Between heaven and earth, the cries sounded again. This time, it was even more shrill and miserable than before. However, no one would pity them. At least those who were injured would not. Their eyes were all filled with hatred. "How dare you attack the Overlord forces? You are courting death." The mid-stage Dan Yuan cultivator let out a roar. He was ready to attack personally and kill these reckless barbarians. But in front of him, the void broke open, and a young monk walked out from it. "Your opponent is me," the young monk said indifferently. the young monk said indifferently. Then, he unleashed an attack forward. The young monk was just in the air. The mid-stage Dan Yuan cultivator did not pay much attention to him. But after being sent flying in one exchange, his face turned serious. Boom! The young monk's aura was violent. The mid-stage Dan Yuan cultivator's strength was displayed instantly. Then, he held his Dan weapon and attacked fiercely. Streams of energy surged between heaven and earth. Terrifying auras circulated. In an instant, at least 10 attacks landed on the young monk. Chapter 587. In the distance, Si Chen had just arrived and saw this scene. However, he did not go up to help immediately. Instead, he stood far away and watched the show. He was a little surprised that such an arrogant overlord could send out a mid-stage primal core cultivator. However, it was only a surprise. It was clearly impossible for them to rely on a mid-stage primal core cultivator to kill all the barbarians. Amidst the explosion of energy, the monk's figure appeared. His Buddhist technique, which was known as the strongest defense, had successfully blocked the attack. Under the disbelief of the mid-stage primal core cultivator, the monk took out his demon-subduing pestle. It turned into a bright golden light and attacked the mid-stage primal core cultivator. After 2 baptisms, the monk's physique and combat power had been greatly enhanced. Right now, he had no problem fighting a mid-stage primal core cultivator. The monk held the demon-subduing pestle and swung it around. Amidst the vibrations, a large amount of Buddhist light flashed. Pure Buddhist power kept surging from the demon-subduing pestle. The mid-stage primal core cultivator was forced to retreat. He looked at the demon-subduing pestle with a shocked expression. Obviously, this was an extraordinary item. The screams of his companions kept ringing in his ears. As he looked around, the mid-stage primal core cultivator's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. There were more than 10 primal core cultivators on his side. However, since the start of the battle, almost half of them had died. There were less than 10 left. Moreover, they were constantly retreating while fighting against the flying barbarians. Not a single one of them was able to suppress a single one of them. Among the barbarians, 1 man and 1 demon were the strongest. Every time the 2 of them attacked, they would be able to kill a primordial Dan cultivator from their side. Among the primordial Dan cultivators who died, the 2 of them killed the most. Damn it! Since when did the barbarians become so strong? The mid-stage primal core cultivator was shocked and in disbelief. In just a short period of time, more than 10 primal core cultivators had been killed. Moreover, a monk was able to suppress him. Obviously, the mission to kill all the barbarians today had failed. The mid-stage primal core cultivator already had thoughts of retreating. However, under the constant suppression of the demon-subduing pestle by the monk, the mid-stage primal core cultivator's thoughts of running away were quickly extinguished. With the monk around, there was no way he could escape. In terms of speed, the monk was also superior. The reapers below rushed out one after another. After seeing the one-sided battle above, each of their faces revealed a look of horror. They knew most of the people who were fighting with Dan Yuan in the sky, but the devil ape and the monk were unfamiliar faces. This is too inconceivable. Yu Kong is actually suppressing Dan Yuan. Moreover, Wang Qiong and the others seem to have become even stronger. There's also Zhang Haotian. He actually has the ability to kill nascent core experts. What exactly did they experience in the ancient battlefield? How did their battle prowess become so strong? Everyone in the air felt that the scene in front of them was inconceivable. The battle in the sky soon came to an end. The dozen or so early primal core experts of the Overlord forces were simply not enough for Zhang Haoyan and the Devil Ape to kill. In less than 15 minutes, they were all killed. After killing all the early-stage primal core cultivators, the group rushed toward the late-stage primal core cultivators and began to work together to kill them. During this period of time, Zhang Haoyan repeatedly used his sneak attacks. His ghostly figure caused the mid-primal core expert to be in a very sorry state. The powerful attacks of the Devil Ape also caused the mid-primal core expert to be constantly pushed back. At this moment, with John Hautian, Devil Ape and Tyrant working together, the middle stage primal core cultivator was instantly suppressed. Arg! The mid-stage primal core cultivator roared in anger. However, under the suppression of the extraordinary weapons, he could not do anything to the Yukong. Moreover, there were already numerous wounds on his body. One of the wounds almost pierced through his heart. Wan Shan and the others retreated after one attack, not giving the opponent any time to counterattack. The monk and devil ape had the strongest defense. During this period of time, they forcefully resisted the attacks of the opponent. The demon subduing pestle and the black stick landed frequently, causing the mid-stage primal core cultivator to be constantly pushed back, coughing up blood. Such a scene had already stunned the Yukong cultivators below. They would never have thought that a group of Yukong cultivators could actually suppress a mid-stage primal core cultivator. As for the mid-stage primal core cultivator, he was even more aggrieved. He was a powerful expert of an overlord force, and his status was extremely high. However, he was actually suppressed by a group of Yukong cultivators. Moreover, in the frequent attacks, he even felt the threat of death. Other than venting his anger, the unwilling roar from his mouth had no other effect. The experts he brought with him were all dead, and it was impossible for reinforcements to come. The mid-stage primal core cultivator could already feel that death was imminent. Clang! Light flashed and sparks flew. Under the joint attack of the monk and devil ape, the mid-stage primal core cultivator's Dan weapon was actually knocked out of his hand and sent flying. Since the mid-stage primal core cultivator was already suppressed, without his Dan weapon, he was not far from death. Therefore, the mid-stage primal core cultivator instantly made a decision. His angry expression suddenly had a hint of madness. Die! I want all of you to die! Amidst this crazy roar, the mid-stage primal core cultivator's body began to glow, and a destructive aura surged out from within. Not good! He's going to self-destruct his Dan! The mid-stage primal core cultivator's aura suddenly increased by several times. This was clearly a sign of self-destruction. Seeing this, the monk and the rest instantly changed their expressions. Their eyes were filled with shock. Then, they turned into a beam of light and began to retreat. Hurry up and leave! The monk shouted at the crowd. At the same time, the demon subduing pestle emitted a bright golden light, shaking a large amount of Buddhist power and smashing towards the mid-stage primal core cultivator. Amidst a loud sound, the mid-stage primal core cultivator was knocked back several hundred meters. Then, the monk held the demon subduing pestle and began to flee frantically. As for the mid-stage primal core cultivators below, seeing that the situation was not good, they were the first to flee in panic. Die! All of you, die for me! The mid-stage primal core cultivator who had burned his Dan was emitting an even more powerful aura. His whole body was emitting a dazzling light. He chased after the monk and the rest, his eyes filled with madness. Boom! Suddenly, there was an explosion between heaven and earth. A terrifying energy raged in the sky. This sound was like a thunderclap, and its power was unparalleled. It directly tore the space apart, and above the sky, a huge black hole appeared. What exploded was an extremely terrifying energy, but compared to the mid-stage primal core cultivator's self-destruction, it was still much weaker. Moreover, this explosion shook the sky, but the range was very small. It only affected an area of several hundred meters. It was not like the primal core cultivator's self-destruction, which spread out more than 10 miles. Obviously, this was not the sound of a mid-stage primal core cultivator's self-destruction. Everyone turned their heads in confusion. Then, they saw Zichen standing in the air, putting away the purple gold gourd. The mid-stage primal core cultivator who was about to self-destruct fell from the sky. Zichen, it's you! Seeing Zichen, everyone was surprised and delighted. Then, they all flew back. Did you succeed? Did Shirling find anything? How was it? Did those forces make things difficult for you? Everyone stepped forward and asked with concern. Zichen chuckled and explained. The purple gold gourd collided with Shirling. In the end, the purple gold gourd won. Longvu Senior and the spirit-devouring rat are safe and sound. It was Senior who attacked just now. The primal core cultivators of the 8 forces were all killed by me. As for the overlord forces, I also killed all the early-stage primal core cultivators. Zichen told them what had happened before. After hearing that Zichen had killed a lot of people, everyone was extremely excited. Suddenly, the monk was the first to sense Zichen's abnormality. Middle stage Zephyr Realm. You actually broke through. Zichen nodded and said, That's right. I just made a breakthrough after withstanding the heavenly thunder tribulation and killed a bunch of primal core cultivators who were chasing after me. Why? Looking at you, are you going to compete with me to see who's stronger? The monk shook his head directly, his eyes filled with unwillingness. This is really unreasonable. Why did you suddenly break through? And you can also baptize again. Damn it, I just left you far behind. I also just felt the loneliness of being an expert, and you're about to catch up. The monk's words of being an expert naturally made everyone laugh. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from afar. I heard the energy explosion from afar. What's going on? Hey Wang Qiong, it's you guys. You guys actually came back. Immediately after, a few figures flew over at an extremely fast speed. The one in the lead was the martial ancestor of the land of savages. Wu Enmo beside him was the small-eyed Miao Kong. Besides them, the 2 brothers of the Qin clan, Qin Xing and Qin He, were also among them. Wu Enmo, Miao Kong, Qin Xing, Qin He, long time no see. Zichen turned his head and looked at them, greeting them with a smile. Hearing someone call their name, Wu Enmo and the others also turned their heads. Then, they saw Zichen standing in the sky. Years had passed, but Zichen had not changed much. Everyone recognized him at a glance. It's you, Zichen. Everyone's eyes instantly widened, filled with excitement. Then, they rushed forward and gave Zichen a bear hug. Zichen, it's really you. I didn't expect to see you in the land of chaos. Among the 4, Miao Kong's expression was the most excited. Zichen was smiling. His emotions were also fluctuating violently. Among the group, he had known Miao Kong for the longest time. Moreover, the 2 of them were from the Nimbus martial ancestor. Then, the 4 of them also saw the monk and greeted him warmly and familiarly. Wu Enmo looked at the corpses on the ground and asked doubtfully, What's going on? What are these people doing? They're from an overlord force. Zichen's answer stunned them. Then, Zichen's words made them speechless. They heard Zichen say, They're all here to die. You guys actually killed Yukong from an overlord force. Qin Xing and Qin He's eyes were filled with shock. Zichen shook his head and smiled. It's not Yukong from an overlord force. It's Dan Essence. What? The few of them exclaimed. Then, they saw Wang Shan land on the ground and extract Dan Essence from the corpses. They are indeed Dan Essence experts. Heavens, you guys actually killed so many Dan Essence experts. It's nothing. You'll get used to it in the future. The cold Zhang Haotian rarely spoke. Chapter 588. Killing dozens of primordial Dan experts from an overlord faction would definitely infuriate the overlord faction. What followed would naturally be the craziest and most direct revenge. One must know that the anger of an overlord faction was not something an ordinary person could bear. Wang Qiong nodded and looked at the shocked Yukong. All right, I'll explain it to them right away. As for whether they stay or leave, it's all up to them. With that, Wang Qiong turned and left. As for Wu Enmo and the others, they were completely confused. They didn't know what was going on, so they looked at Zichen in confusion and asked him what had happened. Nothing big. It's just that we've gained a lot in the ancient battlefield this time. The Overlord faction was envious and was forced into a corner, so I slaughtered them. Zichen explained. Simple and straightforward words, but the 4 stared at him in disbelief. Wu Enmo shook his head and sighed. We all know that you, Zichen, can cause trouble wherever you go. I didn't expect you to be so bold as to provoke an Overlord faction. That's too domineering. Zichen smiled. Don't blame me this time. From the beginning to the end, I was the one who was passive. They were the ones who forced me into a corner. I was just defending myself. Offending an overlord faction, that's too cool. Miao Kong suddenly laughed. The people here look down on us, saying that we're barbarians with no resources and no strength. Haha, it's great now. We dared to offend an overlord faction and kill them, but do they dare? They're just a bunch of trash dogs. Seeing an overlord faction is like a grandson seeing his grandfather. None of them have the guts to offend an overlord faction. Wan Shan, who was picking up the pill weapons below, couldn't help but add. That's right. They're just a small faction, yet they dared to slander us. We even dared to offend an overlord faction. If they know, they'll be scared to death. Qin Xing and Qin He laughed. Which small faction dares to slander you? What guts? Let's go and destroy them. Monk looked at the two. Compared to an overlord faction, they're indeed a small faction. But compared to us, they're truly a big faction. Qin Xing quickly said. It doesn't matter. Which force is it? How far is it from here? We're going to leave anyway, so we might as well get rid of this force while we're at it. Zichen said nonchalantly. That's right. Tell us where this organization is and we'll wipe them out right now. We've even killed the people from the overlords. There's no one in the fringe that we don't dare to kill. If any organization dares to provoke us, we'll wipe them out, Tyrant said excitedly. Seeing how resolute and confident the two of them were, Wu Mo pondered for a moment before saying, It's a major power with the surname Lu, the Lu clan. We found an ore vein, and even though it was still some distance away from their elemental ore vein, the other party forcefully seized it and even killed our men. The forces of the Lu family. Zichen was slightly taken aback. He then looked at the monk. Tyrant's eyes began to shine. He looked at Wu Mo and said, Wu Mo, are you sure it's a small power of the Lu family? Furthermore, they have an elemental ore mine. Yes, it's the Lu clan. However, it's a major power. Furthermore, it's a large-scale elemental ore mine. It's said that one can excavate high-grade elemental stones from there. Haha, Lu clan, we are indeed fated to meet. Tyrant laughed heartily when he heard Wu Mo's affirmation. Zichen's lips curled into a faint smile as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Kill, leave no one alive. The demonic ape's expression was ferocious as killing intent surged from its body. The forces of the Lu clan were naturally the Lu clan, one of the 8 major powers. Both sides had a deep grudge against each other, to the extent that they would not rest until one of them was dead. Wu Mo and the others stared blankly at the three whose expressions had changed drastically. Good, very good. A large-scale elemental ore mine. We'll go and snatch it later, Zichen finally said coldly. Before Wu Mo could ask about the grudge between the two sides, he saw Wang Qiong flying towards them with more than a dozen zephyrs behind him. They're here. Only these people are willing to leave with us. The others are afraid of offending the overlord forces, Wang Qiong said, feeling somewhat disappointed. This was a force of more than 100 people. Excluding the 20 or so people killed by the overlord forces, the remaining zephyrs numbered close to 100. However, less than a fifth of them had arrived. Zichen patted Wang Qiong's shoulder and said indifferently, The Bedlam may not have many things, but it has a lot of people. What we want are brothers, not just people. These people are already quite a lot. Wang Qiong nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude. Zichen walked past Wang Qiong and took a few large steps forward. Standing in the air, he looked at the dozen or so zephyrs and said, Wang Qiong might not have explained it clearly to you, or you might not have understood it clearly. I will repeat it here. We have offended the 5 overlord forces. Both sides will not rest until one of us is dead. If you continue to follow Wang Qiong, you must be prepared to fight against the overlord forces. We don't intend to run away forever. We want to establish a force to fight against the overlord forces. Zichen's words naturally surprised the group of zephyrs. Although they did not say anything, the disdain in their eyes was obvious. Zichen chose to ignore their disdain. He smiled and said, I don't care if you believe it or not, but since you have chosen to follow Wang Qiong and us, you must be prepared to fight against the entire Bedlam. Aren't there 5 overlord forces in the Bedlam? Asked one of the Zephyrs. Zichen smiled and said, The 5 overlord forces will naturally mobilize all their forces. When that time comes, we will become enemies with the entire Bedlam. As soon as Zichen said this, everyone's expression changed drastically, and their expressions kept changing. We can't even guarantee our own lives, so we can't guarantee your survival. Therefore, you must choose carefully. Once you take this step, you may die. After saying that, Zichen turned and left. His words were straightforward and thorough. He also clearly stated the dangers. The others naturally understood Zichen's meaning. The Bedlam did not lack manpower, nor did it lack Zephyrs. Not to mention Zephyrs could be recruited. What they needed were brothers who could treat each other with absolute sincerity. The expressions of the dozen Zephyrs kept changing. Clearly, they were all hesitating. Becoming enemies with the entire Bedlam was practically a death sentence. Giving up their lives for the sake of brotherhood was not worth it. Wang Qiong looked at the Zephyrs. As their former leader, Wang Qiong naturally hoped that these people would stay. However, Zichen's words could be said to have clearly stated all the dangers, but he did not mention the trump cards he had. If one were to consider things rationally, the possibility of these people staying was not high. My life was saved by Boss. Naturally, I will follow Boss. Going against the Overlord forces, becoming enemies with the entire Bedlam, just thinking about it is exciting. At worst, I will die with Boss. They didn't think for long before making their choice. The reason they had all been willing to follow Wang Qiong before was because he hadn't been so thorough with his words. Now, the group of 14 made their choice once more. Over half of them chose to leave, while the other 6 decided to follow Wang Qiong. All right, from now on, we'll be on the same path. Zichen nodded, a kind smile appearing on his face. At the same time, Wang Shan, who had received instructions, flew over. He took out the elixir weapons and distributed them to the 6 of them one by one. Then, he said seriously, This is a long and difficult road. We can't guarantee that all of you will survive, but we can guarantee that you will have endless resources to make you stronger. After taking out the pill weapons, Wang Shan also took out Yuan Essence and distributed it to them. This is mid-grade Yuan Essence. A single drop can restore all the energy in your body. Save it to save your life. This, Wang Shan's extravagance instantly shocked the 6 of them. Looking at the pill weapons and liquefied essence in their hands, they felt as if they were in a dream. As for the 8 people who had chosen to leave not far away, they were clearly envious. As for the other Yukongs who had yet to leave, they were all stupefied. In the blink of an eye, they had obtained pill weapons. The 6 of them were in disbelief. In the Bedlam lands, even Primal Core experts couldn't guarantee that each of them would have a pill weapon. And this Yuan Essence was far more valuable than a pill weapon. It was equivalent to having several more lives. For a moment, the 6 of them were incomparably excited. Boss, we didn't do anything. You. But in the midst of his excitement, one of the Yukongs spoke up. Wang Qiong looked at the 6 of them with gratification. From now on, we're brothers. Just call me Wang Qiong. Take the pill weapons and Yuan Essence for now. Once we've settled down in the outer regions, I'll give each of you a defensive pill weapon. Defensive pill weapons? The 6 of them stared with wide eyes. Boom! A surge of energy suddenly appeared in the sky. An extremely powerful pressure swept across the land, as if a ferocious creature had been born. The faces of the Yukongs changed as they stared at the 2 beasts that had suddenly appeared in the sky. One of them was a glowing white rat. Its eyes were very intelligent, and its white fur was completely white. As it moved, a powerful aura emerged from its body. As for the other one, it was an indescribable demonic beast. Its ferocious and mighty head actually resembled the legendary divine dragon. The terrifying pressure in the sky came from it. Under this pressure, the group of people in the sky felt their souls tremble. Their legs also trembled, and all of them could not help but want to kneel down and worship it. Haha, is this the outside world? I, the spirit-devouring rat, have finally come out. Looking at the surroundings, the spirit-devouring rat cried out in excitement. Although Leng Hu was curious, he didn't lose his composure. He stood in front of Zichen as soon as he appeared. Let's go. Chapter 589. Leng Hu stepped forward, causing the void to vibrate under its claws, forming ripples that spread out. Zichen sat on Leng Hu's back, his black robe fluttering in the wind, looking extremely dashing. Such a scene made Tyrant's eyes light up. He tapped on the void and turned into a ray of light. How does it feel to ride a supreme beast? Let me experience it too. Boom! All of a sudden, a powerful aura surged out of Leng Hu's body and surged toward the monk who was approaching him. The monk was immediately knocked back. Leng Hu, what's the meaning of this? Tyrant tumbled in the air, his body stumbling. After stabilizing himself, he couldn't help but ask. Leng Hu didn't answer Tyrant. Instead, he seemed to be saying something to Zichen. Zichen laughed and said, The dignity of a supreme beast is not to be violated. Moreover, you're just a bald donkey. Why aren't you chanting Buddhist scriptures like a monk? Why are you acting cool? Pfft. Is Lord Xing acting cool? Lord Xing doesn't care. Tyrant glared. Ha! Zichen was still laughing. He then extended his hand towards Wang Xianer. The latter's white robe fluttered as she flashed and sat in front of Zichen. The two hugged each other like an immortal couple, making everyone envious. While chatting, the group of more than 10 people left the place and headed towards the Liu family's Vitality Stone mine. Before they left, they would rob one last time. After the group disappeared into the horizon, the group of Zukong woke up from their daze. Then, the sound of them inhaling cold breaths could be heard. They clearly saw how strong Tyrant was. He was an existence that could suppress a mid-stage inner core cultivator. However, the demonic beast named Leng Hu actually managed to push him back with a single step. Moreover, the mysterious young man on Leng Hu's back seemed to be the leader of the group. He actually captured Wang Xianer's heart. This made the group of Zukong even more jealous. The elixir weapons and liquefied origin energy that Wang Shan took out previously were extremely valuable. If they didn't encounter a fortuitous encounter, they wouldn't be able to obtain these two items in their lifetime. Using Dan weapons and liquefied elemental essence right off the bat. What a big move. No wonder he dared to go against the Overlord forces. Someone in the air sighed. His eyes were filled with envy. He was regretting that he didn't make the right choice. No matter how big the scale is, it can't compare to the Overlord forces. Just a few Yukongs and they dared to make an enemy out of the Overlord forces. This is simply courting death. There were also some Yukongs who snorted coldly, and pretended not to care as they spoke in a sour tone. Second Master, what should we do now that the First Master is gone? The remaining people looked at a middle-aged man in gray. This person's position in this faction was second only to Wang Qiong. The second head's gaze was fixed on Zichen and the rest as they left. His expression was extremely gloomy. When he saw that everyone's gazes had landed on him, he coldly said, Wang Qiong must have obtained great benefits in the ancient battlefield this time around. However, he selfishly took his gains and left alone, completely ignoring our feelings. That's right. We are originally a force and we should advance and retreat together. We should share honor and disgrace together. However, Wang Qiong took all the gains from the ancient battlefield for himself. This is a complete breach of trust. Beside the second head, a person in the air spoke. The token that Wang Qiong used to enter the ancient battlefield was given to him by the Overlord forces. He should have given some of his gains to the Overlord forces. However, the Overlord forces are chasing after them now. It must be because Wang Qiong took all the gains and angered the Overlord forces. Another Yukong analyzed. Damn it, this Wang Qiong is so evil. He wants to take all the spoils for himself and offend the Overlord. Now, he wants to drag us into this. He wants us to die. Humph. Fortunately, we're smart and made the right choice in time. As for those 6 idiots, they'd been completely bought over by those small benefits. They won't even know how they died in the future. Following the analysis of the Yukongs, they finally found a reason not to envy the previous 6 people. Their eyes were filled with disdain. Following that, the Yukongs analyzed the final outcome of the previous 6 people. However, no matter how they analyzed it, the final outcome of the 6 people was death. Pa! You think you can bribe us with a mere pill weapon and some mid-grade yuan liquid? You must be dreaming. Too despicable. This Wang Qiong is truly hateful. Fortunately, I didn't agree to his request. How can my life be worth such a small amount of things? Although we already know that Wang Qiong took our wealth, they're too strong. They can even kill Dan Yuan realm experts. Although we have more people, our battle strength is slightly weaker than them. If we attack them, the possibility of us being defeated is very high. Second head, what should we do now? Everyone's gaze finally landed on the second head. Humph. The second head coldly snorted and said coldly, "We can't kill them, but the Overlord forces can." The Overlord forces? Are we supposed to report to them? But they wanted to kill us before. The second head glanced at the Yukongs and said coldly, "The Overlord forces don't want to kill us. They want to kill Wang Qiong. I believe that if we take the initiative to report their whereabouts, they won't kill us. Instead, they'll give us some rewards for making the right choice." Second head, will this method work? They're the Overlord forces. Will they care about us? The second head coldly smiled. Naturally, they won't care if one of us goes. But if dozens of us go together, they'll definitely pay attention to us. Who knows, they might even recruit us into the Overlord forces. The Yukongs all had their own plans. And in the end, these plans were all for profit. Just as they were discussing how to maximize their benefits, Zichen's group had already arrived at the Liu family's Yuan stone mine. This was an extremely large primordial stone mine. It was even larger than the Wild Wolf mine and Black Wind mine that Zichen had seen in the periphery combined. Moreover, there were even more experts guarding this place. Just the primordial core realm alone numbered 8. When they arrived, they didn't suppress their auras or hide their figures. They were instantly discovered by the experts guarding the mine. In an instant, everyone's gaze landed on them. Hey, isn't this the barbarian dogs? They were just beaten away. Why are they here again? One of the Yukongs guarding the mine recognized Wumo's group and shouted at them. Barbarian dogs, they're here after being beaten away. Could it be that they've found reinforcements? Just a dozen people and they want to negotiate the ownership of the mine? Aren't they overestimating themselves? It's different this time. There's even a beauty. Hee, I've long heard that there's a little beauty in the barbarian forces. Seeing her today, she's indeed beautiful and charming. The Yukongs guarding the mine were laughing wantonly. Their greedy eyes wandered around Wang Xian'er's body. You even brought a mutated beast as a mount. Not bad. At least you guys are knowledgeable and have good eyesight. In that case, leave the mutated beast and the beauty behind. The rest of you can scram. Another Yukong shouted. Among the group of people, Wang Shan stepped out and stood in the air. He looked down at the group of people and shouted, Mother ** King Chaos Dogs, open your dog eyes wide and look clearly. I, Wang Shan, am not here to negotiate for a trash or vein. I, Wang Shan, am here to take over the primordial stone or vein below. Quickly hand over all the primordial stones in the ore vein, or I will kill without mercy. Wang Shan's shout was like rolling thunder that exploded in the sky. His voice spread throughout the entire mine. In the eyes of the Yukongs, the barbarians had always been cowardly. They didn't even dare to speak loudly. Wang Shan's shout stunned the Yukongs. Mother * cur dogs, are all of you scared out of your wits? Why are you still standing here? Get in and get the Yuan stones. Wang Shan shouted again, waking everyone up. The group of flight Empyreans who had regained their senses instantly showed shame, anger, and fury on their faces. Every one of them surged with the aura of late-stage flight Empyrean around them as they leaped into the air and charged toward Royal Mountain. Damned barbarian dog, did you eat a leopard's guts? You dare to behave so atrociously in the Lu clan's territory? Die! A total of 5 Lu family members soared into the sky. Then, wielding their spirit weapons, they charged towards King Mountain. In an instant, the murderous intent was revealed. All kinds of sharp blades flashed and aimed at the vital parts of Wang Shan's body. Swoosh! Wang Shan's eyes flashed coldly. He dodged an attack and appeared in front of one of the Yukongs. His ghostly speed made the Yukong's expression change instantly. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Die!" The spiritual weapon in his hand turned into a cold light and slashed towards Wang Shan's forehead. At the same time, Wang Shan also threw a punch at the other party. Boom! The spiritual weapon collided with the fist, causing an explosion. The Lu family Yukongs were shocked to find that the spiritual weapon in his hand had many cracks. The next moment, the spiritual weapon exploded. After destroying the spiritual weapon with one blow, the Yukong's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the remaining sword hilt in his hand. At the same time, Wang Shan threw a second blow at lightning speed. This blow was even more powerful and full of power. It directly hit the Yukong's chest. With a dull sound, the Yukongs coughed out blood and flew backwards. In the blood that the Yukongs coughed out, there were pieces of his internal organs. Other than that, the Yukong's powerful vitality was also forcefully destroyed. It was obvious that he would not survive. Another blow killed a late-stage Yukongs. After killing a late-stage Yukongs, Wang Shan's figure was erratic as he weaved in and out of various attacks. Then, he appeared in front of the second Yukongs. In the energy explosion, the second Yukongs died. In less than 10 breaths, the 5 Yukongs who rushed up were all killed by Wang Shan alone. The other Yukongs who were a step slower than Wang Shan were shocked when they saw how easily Wang Shan killed their enemies. After easily killing 5 people and shocking the rest of the Yukongs, Wang Shan was in a good mood. He took a step in the air and shouted at the group of Yukongs in front of him. "Mother Asterisk King Chaos dogs, what are all of you standing there for? Hurry up and take out all the vitality stones from the mine. You barbarians dare to behave atrociously in the Lu family's mine. Today, I will make sure that you won't be able to leave." Chapter 590. The primordial core cultivator turned into a beam of light and rushed towards Wang Shan. He was aggressive, and an elixir weapon appeared in his hand. He was determined to kill his enemy cleanly and bring about a shocking effect. Wang Shan stood in the air and looked at the primordial core cultivator coldly without moving. "Die!" A powerful roar was heard. Primordial core cultivator's attack appeared in front of Wang Shan, but Wang Shan remained motionless with a smirk on his face. The primordial core cultivator was looked down upon in such a manner. Naturally, he was enraged and increased the strength of his elixir weapon. Initially, he only wanted to kill his opponent with one attack, but he suddenly changed his mind and wanted to kill his opponent with one attack. This way, it would bring more shock. Boom! Primordial core cultivator's elixir weapon slammed down, and what followed was a deafening explosion. Fresh blood and broken bones fell from the sky. As expected, he was killed with one attack. From afar, the expressions of the people in the air turned to shock and fear, but there was no excitement or admiration. In front of them, Wang Shan was still standing there without moving. Even the smirk on his face did not change. On the other hand, their primordial core cultivator was killed with one attack. The one who killed their primordial core cultivator was a tall black shadow. He had a pair of blood-red eyes and was holding a black rod that was engraved with runes. You are... The people in the air were so shocked that they started to speak incoherently. "Have you eaten the guts of a leopard? This is the Lu family's mine. How dare you kill people here? Is that what you want to say?" A mocking voice was heard from not far away. The strange beast mount stepped forward. Only then did the people see that other than the beauty, there was a handsome man on the back of the strange beast. The mocking voice came from him. "Why do you ask even if you know?" A Lu family cultivator's voice trembled. In comparison, he was more courageous. As for those who were less courageous, they were already trembling uncontrollably. Longhu snorted. Suddenly, two streams of scorching energy gushed out from his nostrils. They were like waves of fire rolling in the sky and rushing forward. As soon as the waves of fire appeared, they felt like they were being roasted. The people in the air were shocked and retreated tens of meters in fear. What do you mean? If you want the mine, we can all sit down and discuss it. Why are you being so overbearing and killing people here? The Liu family member from before spoke again. This time, he controlled his emotions very well. We are overbearing, we are killing people indiscriminately. Then, what do you all say about the people who killed us earlier? At that moment, many people wanted to say those words. However, none of them spoke. They stood behind Zichen, and all of them chose to remain silent. Only the weak would reason, and the strong themselves were reason. Zichen sat on Longhu's back and looked down at the crowd in the sky, before he calmly said, We're not interested in the ore vein, we're only interested in the primal stones that have been mined. Go, bring out all of them, and we'll spare your lives. The expressions of the group of people in the air changed again. One of them said loudly with a trembling voice, This is robbery. Don't tell me you want to have a falling out with the Liu family. From now on, both sides will fight to the death. You only have one chance. Once you miss it, you won't have another chance. If you don't move the primal stones now, do you want me to do it myself? Zichen's indifferent tone had a hint of coldness. The faces of the group of people in the air changed drastically. At that moment, they didn't know how to reply. They were all silent, but in their hearts, they were hoping that the Dan essence guarding the mine would appear quickly and kill these reckless people in the air. However, after waiting for a long time, they still didn't see the Dan essence of their family appear. The group of people in the air felt that something was wrong. Because of the commotion, these guardians should have appeared long ago. The Dan essence guarding the mine didn't appear at all. Instead, a figure holding a stone sword walked out from the entrance of the mine. The other party was only in the air, but he swaggered out of the mine. Kill all the guardians, Zhang Haotian said coldly as soon as he came out. When the group of people in the air heard this, their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Each and every one of them shouted that this was impossible. You guys haven't made a choice yet. Obviously, you're not willing. Since that's the case, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll go get the primal stones myself. As for you guys, go underground and continue to be guardians. Zichen, who was sitting on Longhu's back, spoke with a cold, murderous intent. No, we're willing. We're willing to go get the primal stones. There was dead silence in the mine. After not hearing any movement for a long time, the group of people in the air was finally scared. At that moment, they all spoke up, extremely terrified. Zichen just smiled and said, It's too late. I only gave you one chance. Unfortunately, you didn't take it. As soon as he finished speaking, a crazy murderous intent emerged from behind Zichen. It was the expressionless group of people in front of them. Each of them seemed to have suddenly gone crazy, surging with monstrous murderous intent as they rushed towards them. Moreover, the strength of these people was really terrifying. Although they were all in the air realm, their combat strength was far beyond ordinary Dan essence. It was clearly a battle between people of the same level, but as the battle began, it immediately turned into a one-sided massacre. This is too strong. Seeing that the half-meter-long mouse could easily slaughter the Liu family's air warriors, the 6 people who followed Zichen were already deeply shocked. The 6 of them hadn't made a move yet, but the Liu family's air warriors were already falling from the sky like raindrops. And the battle that just happened was about to come to an end. Is this really the force of the Liu family that usually oppresses us? Hearing the echoing cries for mercy, the 6 of them felt like they were dreaming. Everything in front of them was so unreal. The Liu family of a big force shouldn't be in such a sorry state. Everything should be the opposite. The battle ended quickly, and the ground was covered with corpses. Only then did the 6 people realize that they hadn't made a move yet. The 6 of them looked at each other and saw the embarrassment in each other's eyes. They thought that since they were following him, they should do something. So, their eyes fell on the spirit rings of the dead Lu family. Each of them thought that since there were no more enemies to kill, they should clean up the battlefield. But before they landed on the ground to pick up the spirit rings, they heard Wang Qiong's voice. Don't pick up those useless spirit rings. First, follow me to the mine and collect the primordial stones there. Are these useless spirit rings? These are the lifetime wealth of each Lu family. The 6 of them were speechless, but they still followed Wang Qiong's instructions and entered the mine. Previously, Zhang Haotian had already snuck in and killed all the guards here. Except for Dan Yuan, even the Lu family was killed. As for the miners, Zhang Haotian was too lazy to kill them. In the mine, corpses could be seen everywhere. Under Zhang Haotian's lead, everyone went straight to the primordial stones. There, piles of primordial stones were placed there. The lowest grade primordial stones were low-grade primordial stones. There were more than a dozen piles, and each pile had more than 10 million primordial stones. In addition, there were also mid-grade primordial stones and high-grade primordial stones. Looking at the piles of primordial stones, the 6 Lu family members were completely dumbfounded. Their breathing also became rapid. This was the first time they had seen so many primordial stones. They were dazzled. Zichen only glanced at the primordial stones, then looked at the 6 excited people. The latter seemed to have realized that they had lost their composure, and quickly calmed down. Zichen suddenly pointed at the 6 piles of low-grade primordial stones and said, "These 6 piles are yours. As for the rest, all of them will be confiscated. They will be used to establish a force in the future." "Thank you, leader." When the 6 heard this, they were instantly overjoyed. Then, they rushed towards the piles of primordial stones. Obviously, at this moment, they had already recognized Zichen as their new leader. Suddenly, they felt that something was wrong and stopped. Then, they looked at Zichen and said embarrassedly, "Leader, let's confiscate these 2. Although there was reluctance in the 6 people's eyes, they were very decisive. After they finished speaking, they no longer looked at the primordial stones. A smile appeared on Zichen's face as he said, "You have just joined our team. Consider this a greeting gift for you. Don't refuse, take it all." After speaking, Zichen walked towards the other piles of primordial stones, then opened the purple gold gourd and began to collect them. "Take it." Zichen's greeting gift is not something that anyone can accept. Wang Qiong also smiled. The gratitude in the 6 people's eyes became even stronger. Then, they quickly rushed towards the piles of primordial stones and began to collect them. After looting a load, the group's harvest was naturally great. However, their harvest in the ancient battlefield was even greater. Just 1 load alone and so many primordial stones were nothing in their eyes. After collecting all the primordial stones, it was time for the group to leave. Suddenly, a tremor came from the ground. Then, a white figure drilled out from the ground. It was the spirit-devouring rat. The spirit-devouring rat said as soon as it appeared, "We have the primordial liquid. This load will not produce any more primordial stones." Before coming, it had sensed the extremely rich spiritual energy in this place, and also the presence of the primordial liquid. Therefore, the group entered to collect the primordial stones while it went underground to search for the primordial liquid. As expected of a thieving rat. "You've shown your usefulness so quickly. Well done." The monk's praise made the spirit-devouring rat roll its eyes in dissatisfaction. "Brother-in-law, other than the Lu family's load, there should be other loads. Since we have already offended the 5 overlords and almost all the forces in the Bedlam lands, we might as well loot them all before we leave." Wang Shan suddenly made a suggestion. This suggestion made everyone's eyes light up. There was almost no need for a vote. Everyone agreed that the suggestion was good. Then, their eyes fell on Zichen. After pondering for a moment, Zichen nodded. He thought that the suggestion was feasible. Therefore, he said, "Since we've already robbed, we might as well go all out." Therefore, after leaving this load, the group went straight to the second load. Half a day later, they found the second load. "Who dares to behave so atrociously in the Gong family's load? Are you courting death?" A cold and angry voice sounded. The Gong family of the 8 overlords. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Kill! Under the cold voice, the group rushed towards the lode. 2 hours later, the group calmly walked out of the lode. They couldn't tell how much they had gained. However, from the excited expressions of the 6 Zephyrs who followed them, it seemed that they had gained a lot. Chapter 591. Ever since the destruction of the everlasting sect, the barbarian land had become a laughingstock. No one looked up to this place, and no one looked up to the barbarians. Anyone who walked out of the barbarian land would be labeled as weak and cowardly. But 10,000 years later, the entire Bedlam lands was shaken because of the barbarians. They had become the laughingstock of the southern region. They had really done something that shook the entire Bedlam lands. Zichin was only in the Zephyr realm, yet he was able to annihilate the 5 Overlord Force's inner core experts. Not only that, he almost killed the Shangguan family's patriarch, Shangguan Feiling. Other than that, he also killed all the inner core experts from the 8 forces. When this news spread, it naturally caused an uproar. He's just a barbarian, but he's strong enough to challenge the overlords. The barbarians of this generation are truly extraordinary. They always bring shock to people. In Chaos City, the cultivators who heard the news all sighed. If it was said that Zichin had killed the Overlord Primal Core experts because he had taken advantage of the Heavenly Lightning Tribulation, then the defeat of the Overlord Primal Core experts was justifiable. But when the news that the 4 overlords had sent their Primal Core experts to kill the barbarians spread, the entire Chaos City fell into an uproar. One had to know that those dozens of Primal Core experts had all personally experienced the Heavenly Lightning Tribulation. They had truly escaped the first tribulation of their lives, and their battle prowess was far beyond ordinary early Primal Core experts. Moreover, there was even a mid-Primal Core expert. Although there was a difference of 1 level between them, the difference in battle prowess was more than 10 times. Under normal circumstances, a mid-Primal Core expert could easily kill an early Primal Core expert. But so many experts had actually been killed by the barbarians. Not a single one was left alive. When this news spread, the entire Chaos City was in an uproar. Many cultivators and powers paid close attention to the barbarians. A mere barbarian land with no resources to speak of. How strong can the barbarians from there be? This is all just a rumor. It can't be completely believed. Hearing this, many cultivators snorted disdainfully, not believing it at all. Is it just a rumor? You should know that there are many cultivators who saw the Heavenly Lightning Tribulation. Many of them saw the barbarian Zichin going on a killing spree and the core essences of the overlords being killed. It has already been confirmed. A cultivator told the truth. He's just a clown who got lucky. He thinks that he can challenge the overlords just because he obtained the inheritance. Little does he know that the gap between the 2 sides is still as big as the heavens and earth. Such an arrogant ending, other than playing to the gallery, will only make him die faster. That might not be the case. Although they are barbarians, they are not fools. Every one of them is comparable to a monster. Their intelligence is naturally not low. Since they dared to challenge the Overlord forces, they should have something to rely on. A mere barbarian has nothing to rely on. As the news of the barbarians provoking the Overlords spread, such discussions could be heard all over Chaos City. Were these barbarians acting recklessly, or were they full of confidence? This became the focus of everyone's discussion, and because of their different viewpoints, they were divided into 2 factions. One faction believed that the barbarians would definitely die, while the other faction believed that the barbarians had something to rely on. However, in Chaos City, which was the territory of the overlords, these 2 factions didn't dare to act rashly. Just as everyone was speculating, one shocking news after another spread to Chaos City. 3 days ago, the Liu family's primordial stone mine had been robbed clean by the barbarians. All the experts guarding the mine had been killed, and all the primordial stones had been stolen. 2 days ago, one of the Gong family's most important resources, the primordial stone mine, had also been robbed by the barbarians. All the experts guarding the mine had been killed without exception. Apart from that, the Ning family's black iron mine had also been robbed. In the past few days there had been news of 6 or 7 factions' primordial stone mines being robbed by the barbarians in the depths of the Chaos City. Moreover, apart from the factions that had direct enmity with the barbarians, the other factions that had no enmity with the barbarians had also been robbed. Heavens, are those barbarians crazy? Robbing so many factions, are they trying to make an enemy out of all the factions in the Bedlam lands? Along the way, they have robbed so many factions, big and small. Could it be that they have already decided to leave the Bedlam lands and return to the barbarian lands? When the news came out, it caused an uproar. The first ones to lose their cool were the 8 factions. From the beginning, they had irreconcilable enmity with the barbarians. Therefore, when they heard that their primordial stone mines had been robbed by the barbarians, they were even more furious. Their patriarchs had smashed countless things that day. In short, their anger had reached its peak. Therefore, they first sent out 8 primordial core experts to hunt down the barbarians. Naturally, the leaders were all mid-stage primordial core experts. Because of time constraints, Zichen hadn't robbed all the 8 factions. However, this didn't prevent them from sending primordial core experts to hunt down Zichen. When the 8 mid-stage primordial core experts led a large number of early-stage primordial core experts out, everyone was watching and waiting. In the Chaos City, the second heads group walked out of the 8 factions' encampments. Their faces were incomparably ugly. "Bah, who do you think you are? We came with good intentions to deliver information to you. Not only did you not accept our kindness, you even drove us out. This bunch of dogs who bully others because of their master's power are destined to be slaves and lackeys for life." The group's faces were ugly, and their eyes were filled with unwillingness. They had come with good intentions to deliver information. In their imagination, these factions should have treated them well, served with good tea and snacks, and then put on a grateful expression. However, the truth was that as soon as they delivered the information, they were immediately driven away. Not to mention good tea and snacks, they didn't even get to drink a mouthful of water. After coming out of the 8 factions' encampments, the group met each other. Their expressions were the same. Obviously, they had received the same treatment. They had stuck their warm faces to the cold buttocks of the other factions. "Second head, what should we do now?" The group was very dispirited. They all looked at the second head. They were originally going straight to the Overlord's faction, but they suddenly wanted to get more rewards, so they went to the 8 factions first. The second head's gloomy expression was originally extremely gloomy, but he slowly calmed down. He glanced at the 8 forces' encampments and said indifferently, "Through this incident, I finally know why these 8 forces will always be small forces." "Why?" Everyone looked at the second head. "Because of foresight." The second head took a deep breath and said in a profound manner, "They don't have the slightest bit of foresight. They only see the barbarians in their eyes, but they can't see our group. They don't have any tolerance in their hearts, and they are narrow-minded. They only want to take revenge, but they drove us out. This kind of faction is only fit to be a small faction, and will never become an overlord's faction." The group of Zephyrs kept nodding as they listened. They had 70 to 80 Zephyrs on their side, and they were very powerful. The other party couldn't see them, and didn't try to recruit them. Obviously, there was something wrong with them. The second head was in high spirits. He held his head high and puffed out his chest. He looked at the group of people in the sky and said, "They still have a long way to go. If they continue to act like this, not to mention becoming an overlord, they might not even be able to keep the name of this small power." The group of Zephyrs were already stunned, and their eyes were filled with worship. "You bunch of bastards, get the hell away from me. If you dare to hang around here again, be careful of losing your lives." Suddenly, a loud shout came from not far away. It was the guard of one of the factions who shouted at them. The group of people turned around and looked at the Zephyr guards. They were thinking about the second head's words, and treated the other party as a small faction without foresight. "Get lost, I'm talking about you. Stop talking nonsense and get lost, or else you won't live to see tomorrow." The Zephyr guards pointed at the second head from afar and shouted, "Ai, good, good." The second head nodded repeatedly, and with a smile on his face, he led the group of people who were shocked and left in a hurry. "Pay, a guard dog is still so arrogant. He is destined to not become a big faction, he doesn't even know how to pick a dog." When they were far away, the group of people also started to curse. "A little impatience spoils great plans. Since we know they are dogs, why bother with them?" The second head returned to his normal state. "Then, second head, what should we do now?" "Of course, we will follow the plan and send the information to the Overlord faction." "But what if the Overlord faction acts like them again?" someone whispered, obviously having a shadow in his heart. "How is that possible?" "The reason why the Overlord faction is the Overlord faction is because they are tolerant and have the heart to recognize talent. As long as we send out useful information, we will definitely be rewarded and put in an important position," the second head said confidently. "There are 5 Overlord factions. Who should we look for?" "The Shangguan clan." Before anyone could continue to ask, the second head explained. "The Shangguan clan's patriarch was almost killed by Zichen, so he must hate Zichen to death in his heart. It's just that he can't find any traces of Zichen, so he didn't make any moves. Now that we have given accurate information about the barbarians, it can be considered as a timely help, and also a great contribution. In the future, everyone can wait for a meteoric rise." Everyone nodded as they listened. Their eyes lit up, and they repeatedly praised the second head for being wise. And so, the group went straight to the Shangguan clan. The Shangguan clan occupied almost 1/5 of the entire Chaos City. Although they had already seen the tall courtyard walls of the Shangguan clan, it still took them an hour to reach the main gate. Not only was the Shangguan clan's main gate taller and more luxurious than the other Overlord factions, even the guards were much stronger than the other Overlord factions. On both sides of the Vermilion Gate, 8 cultivators stood one after another. Each of them had the strength of a core essence cultivator who had passed the heavenly thunder tribulation. They stood there like iron towers, motionless. The second head signaled for everyone to stop, then led a few people who looked smart and capable into the air, and walked towards the gate. The core essence guards stopped them, their eyes cold. The second head's heart trembled, and he hurriedly explained the purpose of his visit. The core essence guards coldly glanced at them, then turned and entered the gate. A moment later, they came out with a big-bellied old man. "Steward, they are the ones who said they know the traces of the barbarians." The guard pointed at the second head and the others. "Is it you? Then come with me." The steward's slightly amiable voice sounded. Just as the second head entered the Shangguan clan's gate, Zichen and the others had already arrived at the Shangguan clan's market in the central region. Chapter 592. The arrival of Zichen's group attracted a lot of attention, especially the Longhu, which attracted the attention of many cultivators. Many people were tempted by such a flashy mount. Among them, there were quite a few cultivators who were quite wealthy. They were eager to give it a try, but when they saw the owner of the mount, all of their expressions changed. Although almost 2 years had passed, many people still recognized Zichen sitting on the back of the Longhu. Tycoon Fat Antelope. What a Tycoon Fat Antelope! Heavens, so many primal core cultivators were chasing after him, but he's still alive! The crowd was in an uproar, followed by a series of exclamations. It was obvious that many people had seen Zichen before and knew who Zichen was. Tycoon Fat Antelope, the name alone was enough to tell that he was worth a lot of money. Besides, some people knew that Zichen had liquefied yuan, and was once surrounded by primal core experts. Some of the cultivators who were interested in buying the Longhu immediately dispersed, abandoning the unrealistic thoughts in their hearts. Besides, the Longhu had withdrawn its aura and aura. It looked just like a majestic mount. It was not a wise choice to offend a Tycoon Fat Antelope for such a mount. Zichen sat on the back of the Longhu and greeted some familiar people, such as the owner of the roasted wing stall. Judging from their surprised expressions, the news of him offending an overlord faction should not have spread yet. Then, the group headed straight to the treasure pavilion. The experts of the Shangguan clan who had received the news were already waiting at the entrance of the treasure pavilion. Senior! Zichen jumped down from the Longhu's back and bowed respectfully, while the monk chanted the name of Buddha. Zichen's name has spread throughout the Bedlam ground. You're very famous, and your strength is feared by countless people. I'm flattered to hear you call me senior, the expert of the Shangguan clan said with a smile. The badge Zichen used to enter the small world was given to him free of charge. Besides, it was obvious that he already knew about the shocking things Zichen had done in the depths of the small world. Zichen will always remember Senior's kindness in gifting me the token, said Zichen. It's just a small favor. There's no need to take it to heart. Since you're here, follow me up. The Shangguan clan expert turned around and went upstairs. Zichen nodded and followed closely behind the Shangguan clan expert. As for the others, they were free to move about in the marketplace. Zichen followed the Shangguan family expert to the top floor. Back then, when I gave you the token, I only wanted to give you an opportunity. Who would have thought that you would actually cause so much trouble? Not only did you offend the 8 powers, you even provoked the overlord powers. After taking a seat on the top floor, the expert from the Shangguan clan shook his head and said, I won't attack unless I'm attacked, Zichen replied. You've made a bigger mistake this time than piercing a hole in the sky. The Shangguan clan expert sighed. Then may I ask if I'll be protected by staying here? Zichen looked at him. The Shangguan clan expert pondered for a moment before saying, Fighting and killing is prohibited in the marketplace. This is an unwritten rule. Since it's a rule, all powers must abide by it. But you must know that the people who are bound by the rules will always be the ones who are bound by the rules. As for the people who set the rules, they naturally won't be bound. Zichen nodded, indicating that he understood. If the overlord powers wanted to make a move, it didn't matter where it was. You came straight to me when you arrived at the marketplace. Do you have any doubts that you need me to answer? The Shangguan clan expert looked at Zichen. I do have some doubts. Zichen nodded. Then tell me. I want to ask Senior if there are any overlord powers that surpass the inner core realm. After saying that, Zichen looked at the Shangguan clan expert. Don't you know whether there are such existences? The Shangguan clan expert asked. Hearing this, Zichen's expression changed instantly. He recalled the energy hand that saved the group of inner core realm experts, and the energy hand that injured the sky-devouring wolf at the entrance of the ancient battlefield. Obviously, the owner of the energy hand was an existence that surpassed the inner core realm. For a moment, Zichen's expression kept changing. What's wrong? Are you afraid now? Are you regretting it? What were you doing when you were domineering back then? The Shangguan clan expert joked. Zichen shook his head and said, I'm not afraid, and I don't regret it. The overlord powers are aggressive and greedy. If I don't kill them, I'll be killed instead. So even if I have to fight to the death with them, I have no regrets. You came to me today because of this matter. The Shangguan clan expert obviously didn't want to be entangled in this matter. There's one more thing. After thinking for a moment, Zichen said seriously, If I dare to ask Senior, if I fight to the death with the overlord powers, will those experts that surpass the inner core realm attack me because of this matter? Ha! Hearing Zichen's question, the Shangguan clan expert suddenly laughed out loud. Zichen looked at the other party seriously, but the other party kept laughing. He seemed to find this question very funny and laughed until there were tears in his eyes. Only when he was tired of laughing did he stop. Is this question very funny? Zichen looked at the other party. Don't you think it's funny? Zichen shook his head and said seriously, It's not funny at all. Seeing Zichen's serious expression, the Shangguan clan expert stopped laughing and said, All right, since you don't think it's funny, I won't laugh. As for the question you just asked, I can't answer it. After all, I'm not at that level. Then why are you laughing at me? Zichen stared at him. Ha, young man, don't be anxious. Although I can't answer it, I can still answer a little. The kind of existence you mentioned, if they really wanted to attack you, you probably wouldn't have made it here alive. The Shangguan clan expert said. How is that possible? Zichen said loudly. At that time, because of the heavenly thunder tribulation, they had some scruples. That's why they saved those Jinyuan and didn't attack me. I wasn't there at that time, so I can't give you an accurate analysis. But I know that if an existence beyond Jinyuan wanted to kill you, it would only take one finger. You can't be thinking that they didn't even have time to use one finger, right? You mean they didn't want to kill me, but I killed their people. We are enemies, Zichen retorted. The expert from the Shangguan clan smiled. Have you ever seen an elephant personally stepping on an ant? If the elephant had to do everything, what would be the point of having jackals and wolves? Hearing this, Zichen's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, Senior, you mean that they will only send Jinyuan to deal with me? In theory, yes. You only need to block the attack of Jinyuan. Seeing Zichen's happy face, the Shangguan clan expert reminded him. But it's not just the early and middle stages of Jinyuan. There might be late and complete Jinyuan too. The joy on Zichen's face froze. He could fight against a mid-stage Jinyuan, but he couldn't guarantee that he could kill one. As for late and complete Jinyuan, he didn't even need to think about it. After getting the answer, Zichen left. Suddenly, an expert from the Shangguan clan said, Currently, the Shangguan clan is discussing the matter of Bing Shi being assassinated by the black-robed men in the ancient battlefield. Before the discussion comes to a conclusion, they will not act against you. Zichen turned his head and thanked him gratefully. Just as Zichen and his group entered the market, the second head also entered the Shangguan clan. There were a total of 8 of them, and they were brought to the side hall by the housekeeper. Where's the head of the family? Looking at the magnificent side hall, everyone's horizons were broadened. They looked around curiously, but the second head didn't forget the purpose of their visit and asked directly. I'm the housekeeper here. If there's any news about the barbarians, just tell me directly. The housekeeper smiled. A servant poured a cup of tea for the housekeeper, and the aroma of the tea filled the air. Looking at the housekeeper drinking tea alone, the second head and the others were startled. It seemed that this scene was different from what they had imagined. But it didn't matter. The second head secretly despised the housekeeper of the Overlord Force for not knowing the rules. He didn't even know the basic etiquette of hospitality. But he still described the characteristics and traces of the barbarians clearly. You're saying that they went to the outer regions to establish their forces. The housekeeper put down the teacup in his hand, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. That's right. These reckless barbarians even said that they would fight against the Overlord Force to the end. They even used a few elixir weapons and liquefied yuan to trick a few idiots into working for them. They wanted to tempt us, but I naturally wouldn't agree. The barbarians fighting against the Overlord Force is like an egg hitting a mountain. They can't even withstand a single blow. The second head said in one breath, and his mouth felt dry. Oh, so you're saying that you're in cahoots with the barbarians? The housekeeper picked up the teacup again and took a sip. We used to be in cahoots, but after knowing that they dared to disrespect the Overlord Force, we completely turned against them. We turned over a new leaf and supported the Overlord Force. The second head raised his voice a lot. Good, very good. You're really aware. The housekeeper nodded with satisfaction and then asked, How many people do you have? Sir, we have a total of 83 people. Apart from the 8 of us, the other 75 are waiting outside. If you have any orders, we'll do it immediately. A clever Yufei finally seized the opportunity to speak. He wanted to show off in front of the housekeeper. From their point of view, this was the prelude to being recruited for meritorious service. More than 80 people. Not bad. The housekeeper nodded with satisfaction. We have a lot of people, and we're strong. We're definitely a powerful force. Sir, you can use us without worry. The 8 people all smiled. Indeed, more than 80 people. It's enough. The housekeeper nodded, and then ignored the 8 people who were excited. He said to the door, Men, behead these 8 people and the 75 people outside. hang their heads on the east gate for 3 days. Tell them that this is the result of the barbarians offending the overlord force. What? The 8 people who were full of joy were instantly dumbfounded. They fell into a daze. Sir, are you mistaken? We provided clues and traces of the barbarians. You should reward us. The second head reacted the fastest. He knelt down and asked, anyone related to the barbarians, leave none alive. The housekeeper's voice was calm, and he drank the tea in the cup. The second head's face turned ashen. At this moment, he finally recognized himself. A mere ADU was nothing in the housekeeper's eyes. Chapter 593. Zichen walked out of the Million Treasure Pavilion, feeling much better. Looking at the golden sunlight shining down from the sky, he could not help but reveal a smile. The overlords had ruled the Bedlam land for tens of thousands of years. They had numerous experts and a deep foundation. They were like lofty behemoths that all the other forces had to look up to. And such existences were not something that a lucky barbarian like him could resist with just a few other barbarians. Along the way, Zichen seemed relaxed, as if victory was within his grasp. But in fact, his heart was heavy. The 5 overlords were like a huge mountain, pressing down on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. And just now, when he received the almost certain news, the haze in his heart was swept away by a ray of light. Zichen liked the analogy of an elephant and an ant very much. Because on his side, there was also an elephant that they needed to rely on. In the era where elephants did not appear, there were only ants and wolves fighting. And although the chances of ants fighting against wolves were slim, it was not impossible. After coming out of the Million Treasure Pavilion, Zichen quickly gathered everyone. After 15 minutes, everyone was present. Now, we need to reach the outer region as soon as possible and establish our own force as soon as possible, said Zichen. When do we depart? Now? Everyone asked. No, we need to split up now. Zichen looked at everyone and finally looked at Tyrant. He said, Tyrant, we will separate. I will go to the outer region to establish my force. Tyrant, Zhang Haotian, and Demon Ape will stay here to recruit inner core experts. Recruit inner core experts? Now? Tyrant was startled. Yes, recruit inner core experts to join our force. As for the reward, it will be a Dan weapon and 100,000 upper-grade yuan stones for a year. Zichen nodded. This was the inner core reward he had decided on after thinking for a long time. Are you crazy? We are just recruiting ordinary inner core experts. How can you give us such a high reward? Tyrant stared at Zichen. In the outer region, Dan weapons were worth a lot. They were much rarer than inner core experts. Plus, 100,000 upper-grade yuan stones a year was more than the leader of a force in the outer region. Furthermore, 100,000 high-grade primal stones were worth more than 1 billion low-grade primal stones. With such a huge amount, not to mention early-stage primal core cultivators, even mid-stage primal core cultivators were more than enough. We robbed them so thoroughly before. Soon, the experts of those forces will catch up with us. A war could break out at any time. This is a war that will cost our lives. 100,000 upper-grade primordial stones is not a high reward. Zichen continued. If we encounter a core essence cultivator who has undergone a heavenly lightning tribulation, we can increase the reward. Furthermore, we can promise them that when they reach a bottleneck, we will provide them with origin liquefied essence to help them break through. What? Tyrant's expression changed again. The others were no longer calm. Zichen's offer was too generous. We are enemies with the Overlord forces. If there is no better reward, who will work for you? The 3 of you will stay here. If you see that the situation is not good, take the other Dan essences and leave. We will meet in the outer regions. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen led the others and left in a hurry. Time was tight. The core essence cultivators of the enemy forces could appear at any time. There was not much time left for Zichen. As soon as Zichen left, the 3 of them started to deal with the matter of recruiting core essence cultivators. Zhang Haotian was not good with words. Other than being cold, there was nothing else he could do. Clearly, he was suitable for standing on the board. As for the devil ape, it was better for him to hide and deal with unexpected situations. 15 minutes later, Tyrant made a 3-meter-tall board. On top of it, there were 4 scarlet words, Core Essence Cultivators Recruited. Under the words, there were 2 bigger words, Reward. There were 2 quotation marks in front of the reward. A line of even bigger words was written on top. Core Essence Cultivators Recruited. Reward, 1 elixir weapon, 100,000 upper-grade primal stones for 1 year. The moment such a strange board appeared, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Furthermore, Tyrant had placed the board opposite the 10,000 treasure pavilion. It was impossible for it not to attract attention. What is this? Core Essence Cultivators Recruited? The reward? 100,000 upper-grade primal stones a year, plus 1 elixir weapon? Is this for real? When the crowd saw those scarlet words, they sucked in a breath of cold air. They were shocked that this was a huge sum of money. How can the board Lord Zing put up be fake? Tyrant glared and looked at the crowd in the sky. He then said loudly, Go and tell all the Core Essence cultivators you know that Lord Zheng's force wants to expand. Therefore, we are recruiting Core Essence cultivators. As for the reward, just tell them the truth. This monk, the reward you wrote on the board is real. You are not lying. Someone still could not believe it. The reward was way too extravagant. Don't tell me that Lord Zeng is lying to you guys. Tyrant's eyes widened. Then, a light flashed in his hand. Shining weapons appeared one after another, surging with the aura of elixir weapons. These are elixir weapons! Oh my god, there are so many of them! A total of 10 elixir weapons were placed in front of them. Their brilliance flashed continuously. Everyone's eyes were wide open. The shock in their hearts did not dissipate for a long time. What are you guys standing there for? Hurry up and spread the news. Tyrant was a little dissatisfied when he saw that everyone was frozen in shock. This Lord Zeng, I wonder if you guys want to fly? Yeah, Lord Zeng. Although we fly, our combat strength is only slightly weaker than Core Essence cultivators. We can be of great use. The crowd looked at Tyrant anxiously. They even said that the reward could be lower. Even if they did not want vitality stones, they could just ask for an elixir weapon. Wait until the recruitment, Lord Zing will tell you guys. Now go and spread the news. Here, this is the reward. It was rare for Tyrant to be generous today. He instantly threw out dozens of upper-grade vitality stones, 1 for each person. The group of Yukong monks took the primordial stones and thanked him profusely. Then, they quickly left. Very soon, the news of a Yukong monk recruiting Dan Essence cultivators spread throughout the area. Furthermore, the price was so high that it caused many leaders of the various powers to be envious. Zhang Haotian stood beside the huge wooden board like a guard. He stood upright with a cold face. Tyrant was sitting there leisurely. If someone asked, he would explain calmly. 10 elixir weapons were placed in front of them. Such real objects were placed here, shining brightly. The shock it brought was incomparably huge. It was more effective than any explanation. Soon, some Dan Yuan cultivators rushed over after hearing the news. When they saw the 10 Dan weapons in front of them, their pupils shrank. Light flashed in their eyes, and when their eyes landed on the huge stone tablet, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Tyrant, is what is written on it real? A Core Essence cultivator in blue clothes walked out from the crowd and asked Tyrant directly. Tyrant glanced at him and said lightly, I am not a monk. I am Lord Zeng. What? Core Essence cultivator looked at Tyrant with a trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Tyrant did not deliberately suppress his strength. He was only at the peak of Zephyr Realm. Calling someone at the peak of Zephyr Realm as Lord Zing was obviously an insult to Core Essence. Forget it if you don't understand. Next Core Essence, come here. Tyrant looked very casual, as if he did not care at all. Hee, I am just joking. Isn't it just calling me Lord Zen? Core Essence cultivator's eyes flashed. He turned his face and asked with a smile. Lord Zing, may I ask if the scarlet words written on it are real? Of course. As long as you join our force, you can take away the elixir weapons now, Tyrant said. If the elixir weapons are taken away, what about the 100,000 upper-grade primordial stones? Core Essence Cultivator's eyes were filled with joy. The 100,000 upper-grade primordial stones will be settled at the end of the year. What? Only once a year? What if you go back on your words and don't give us the primordial stones? Tyrant smiled faintly and said, After a year, as long as you are still alive, we promise to pay you the 100,000 upper-grade primordial stones, not one less. What do you mean? Is it dangerous to join your force? Core Essence's face turned ugly. With such a high reward, of course we have to fight. If we die, we can't blame others. Tyrant still explained patiently. Aren't you cheating us? You want us to work for you for a year for nothing. If we die before the year is up, you don't have to give us a single primordial stone. Core Essence was very dissatisfied. He did not suppress his voice and deliberately spread it out. Then, the other Core Essence cultivators in the crowd echoed his dissatisfaction. Tyrant raised his head and looked at them. He asked faintly, If this doesn't work, then what do you think we should do? Give us the 100,000 upper-grade primordial stones first. Only after we get the elixir weapons will we work for you wholeheartedly. Core Essence hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, That's right. This is the best way. Once we see the primordial stones, we will feel at ease. Even if we have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, we are willing to do it. At this moment, another 2 Core Essence cultivators walked out from the crowd. What do you think of this method? Tyrant looked at them. Of course it's good. The 3 of them nodded at the same time. Good. Take the elixir weapons. As for the upper-grade primordial stones, I can give them to you now. Tyrant was very generous. The 3 of them quickly chose their elixir weapons, but their eyes kept glancing at the other elixir weapons. There was a strange light in their eyes. At this moment, Tyrant waved his big hand in the air 3 times. 3 piles of primordial stones appeared on the ground. These primordial stones were all upper-grade primordial stones. They emitted an extremely rich primordial chi. There were 3 piles of them, shining brightly and dazzling. Looking at these primordial stones, the 3 Core Essence cultivators were stunned. In the distance, the other cultivators in the sky fell into a daze. Obviously, everyone was shocked by Tyrant's generosity. The 3 Core Essence cultivators reacted quickly. In less than 3 breaths of time, they took away all the primordial stones. Then, the 3 of them looked at each other and saw the cold smile in each other's eyes. After that, the 3 of them turned around and left. You took my primordial stones and elixir weapons. You should listen to our orders and stay here. Are you going back on your words after taking the primordial stones? Tyrant stood up and said to the 3 of them. There was a hint of panic in his voice. We still have something to do at home. We need to arrange it. The 3 of them turned around and looked at Tyrant mockingly. Then you shouldn't have taken the elixir weapons and primordial stones. You should have arranged everything and taken them when you could leave. Tyrant spoke again. He was no longer confident, and his voice began to tremble. Idiot! You want to stay and take the other elixir weapons? Looking at Tyrant's cowardice, one of the Core Essence cultivators sneered and went straight to the other elixir weapons. Chapter 594. The monk was only in the Zephyr realm. Under normal circumstances, a single Inner Dan cultivator would be able to defeat him. Therefore, the 3 Inner Dan cultivators colluded to cheat the monk of his elixir weapons and vitality stones. Each of them had a weapon and 100,000 upper-grade vitality stones. This was a huge sum, enough for them to live a carefree life for a long time. The 3 of them planned to leave after cheating. However, the monk's cowardice made them change their minds. They turned around and looked at the other 7 elixir weapons. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The three of them were showing their true colors. "What are you guys trying to do?" The monk took a step back and looked at the three of them cautiously. Zhang Haotian stood straight beside the wooden sign. He looked cold and had no intention of interfering. It was as if it was his duty to look at the wooden sign. "Idiot, what do you think we are doing?" The three of them sneered and turned around to grab the rest of the elixir weapons. "You guys want to snatch my elixir weapons?" The monk's face suddenly changed. "This is not snatching, this is taking." One of the inner Dan cultivators sneered. Just a moment ago, he was talking about Lord Xing. But in the blink of an eye, he was terrified. The Zephyrs' faces were filled with regret. If they knew that the other party was a rich and brainless coward, they would have attacked first. Moreover, fighting was prohibited in the market. Even if they snatched something, this coward would not dare to attack. Other than the Zephyrs, there were also some inner Dan cultivators around. They were just watching coldly without any intention of fighting. However, the flickering light in their eyes told the crowd that they were not calm at all. "How dare you snatch my things in the market? Are you guys not afraid of death?" Seeing that 6 of the 7 elixir weapons were snatched away and the 3 of them were still fighting for the last one, the monk suddenly shouted. "Death? Hee, monk, you are the one who wants me dead." The inner Dan cultivator who snatched the last elixir weapon turned around and sneered at the monk. At the same time, he stretched his head forward and said mockingly, "Monk, don't you want me dead? Come, hit me here. Let's see if you have the guts." The inner Dan cultivator was not afraid at all. This was the market. No one would dare to fight here. Even if the monk attacked first, he could kill him in the next moment. As for the other 2 Core Essence Realm experts, they were also hugging their arms and watching the show. Today's harvest was really too great. They were somewhat beside themselves with joy. In the distance, a few cultivators in the crowd who knew the story of Shang and Zichen looked at the 3 primordial core cultivators with pity. This monk was not afraid when he and Zichen were hunted down by dozens of primordial core cultivators. How could he be scared by 3 mere primordial core cultivators? Obviously, the monk was pretending to be a coward to set an example for others. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Looking at Dan Yuan's head, Tyrant suddenly said coldly. "He, come on." Dan Yuan stretched his head forward again and said jokingly. The void in front of Dan Yuan suddenly broke open silently. A pitch-black stick shadow appeared from the void. The stick shadow emitted a powerful aura. With great power, it struck Dan Yuan's head with lightning speed. Bang! Immediately after, the shadow of the staff fell, and a muffled explosion rang out. Blood splattered everywhere as the core origin cultivator was smashed into pieces. The core weapon and spirit ring in his hand, as well as the Dan Yuan energy in his body, fell into the minced flesh. It was a shocking scene. After the shadow of the staff, a tall demonic figure walked out of the void. He held a black stick in his hand. His eyes were red, and his body was surging with cold, killing intent. "You!" Such a scene was naturally out of everyone's expectations. Everyone stared at the demonic beast that dared to attack in the market, and the 2 primordial core cultivators, who were hugging their arms and watching the show, were completely dumbfounded. The other party had smashed a primordial core cultivator with 1 hit of the stick. Moreover, the strength was very precise, only shattering the body and not the core origin cultivator. Just this control of strength alone was enough to make the 2 primordial core cultivators shocked. "How dare you steal our things? You're courting death." The corner of the demonic ape's mouth twitched, revealing a sinister smile. Then, he raised the black stick in his hand and smashed it down again. A sharp whistling sound rang out, and the space around them began to shake violently. The black stick continued to descend, and Dan Yuan's face was filled with shock. He wanted to dodge in horror, but he suddenly discovered that his body was no longer under his control. The surging energy in his body also suddenly receded like a tide. Pun! With a face full of despair, the black stick smashed down, causing another huge tremor. The second primordial core cultivator was smashed. The perfect control of strength allowed the energy of the primordial core to be preserved. In the blink of an eye, 2 primordial core cultivators were killed. As for the third primordial core cultivator, his face was full of fear. He said in horror, You dare to attack in the market? Boom! The black stick in the demonic ape's hand smashed down for the third time, still carrying a strong force. With a loud explosion, the third primordial core cultivator was smashed. 3 strikes to kill 3 primordial core cultivators could be said to be clean, decisive, and ruthless. It shocked everyone present. Moreover, the strength that the demonic ape displayed was only in the air. What a bunch of idiots! How dare you steal things in the market? Seems like you don't want to live anymore. Just in the dead silence, the monk who was previously thought to be a coward spoke. He then took a few steps forward and picked up the spirit rings, elixir weapons, and primordial core from the dismembered corpses. With that, everyone came to their senses and looked around. They were looking for the controller of the market. With such a big commotion and the killing of people, they must have heard the commotion and would appear to punish the other party. However, after waiting for a long time, the controller did not appear. For a moment, many people's expressions changed. They were all guessing if the monk was related to the controller of the market. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the top floor of the Wanbao Pavilion. Fighting is prohibited in the market. You juniors have violated the rules. Banish. As soon as the words were spoken, a gust of wind appeared from the Wanbao Pavilion. It then swept up the monk, the demonic ape, Zhang Haotian, and the wooden tablet and flew out of the market. In a moment there was no one left. Even the dismembered corpses were gone. The ground was clean. The group of cultivators in the distance were completely dumbfounded. They killed people in the market, but they were only banished. Outside the market, in an open space, the monk and the others appeared again. This time, they were more direct. In front of them were 10 elixir weapons. Behind the weapons were 10 energy primordial cores, and on both sides were 300,000 upper-grade primordial stones. Such a swaggering, brazen, and overbearing manner made the group of cultivators who followed behind change their expressions. A strange light flashed in their eyes. Zichun led the group of cultivators back to the outer region. Due to the lack of time, they traveled day and night without stopping. Along the way, they encountered bandits who didn't know what was good for them, and they were quickly killed with lightning speed. The journey that was supposed to take more than a month only took them 10 days to reach the outer region. Compared to 2 years ago, other than the number of cultivators in the outer region, there were no other changes. When they reached the outer region, Zichen's target was very clear. He went straight to the mine guarded by the Wild Wolf gang. As for Wild Wolf and Black Wind, ever since they failed to kill Zichen, they returned from the depths of the region and continued to control their own forces. However, as they interacted with each other along the way, their relationship gradually improved. After that, they joined forces with Wild Wolf Stronghold and Black Wind Cave, forming a new force called Black Wolf Stronghold. With 2 primal core cultivators working together, the Black Wolf gang became the undisputed overlord of the outer region in just 2 years. Moreover, this force continued to expand. It looked like it was going to swallow up other forces and become the ruler of the outer region. The Wild Wolf gang was guarding a crystal mine. The mine produced materials for refining spiritual weapons, but occasionally, there would be some high-quality crystals that could be used to refine spiritual weapons. In the outer region where resources were scarce, the value of this crystal mine was even higher than that of a primal stone mine. Early in the morning, the Zephyrs of the Black Wolf gang had gathered. There were more than 200 Zephyrs. Among them, there were 4 primal core cultivators. Apart from that, there were also 2 primal core cultivators. Clearly, they were preparing to attack and rob other forces. Wild Wolf, get out here. Suddenly, an indifferent voice came from the horizon. Over 200 Zephyrs and the 2 primal core cultivators raised their heads and looked towards the horizon in confusion. In the outer region, apart from Black Wind, it seemed like only the opposing forces dared to call out the Wild Wolf gang's name directly. All of a sudden, the Zephyrs became alert. Even the 2 primal core cultivators frowned and looked towards the horizon. A group of figures appeared in the horizon. The one in the lead was a young man riding a strange beast. Behind him was a group of people. However, after sensing the surging aura around these people, everyone's expression changed. Then, anger appeared in their eyes. Because they realized that these people were just Zephyrs. There was not a single primal core cultivator among them. "How dare you!" one of the Zephyrs shouted angrily. "Is our gang leader's name something you can call out? You dare to call our gang leader's name directly? Are you looking for death?" The other Zephyrs also shouted angrily. Meanwhile, the two primal core cultivators looked at Zichen's group with a cold light in their eyes. "Wild Wolf, your old friends are here, yet you don't want to see them. Are you going to be a rat for the rest of your life?" Zichen sat on the back of the dragon tiger and rushed forward. He did not care about the Zephyrs at all. He directly rushed towards the building not far from the Zephyrs. "How dare you disrespect our gang leader? Kill! Do it! Kill without mercy! Stop right there! Die!" Zichen ignored them. This made the Zephyrs furious. Then, they all shouted and signaled the other Zephyrs to attack. Surging energy instantly began to surge. Streaks of spirit weapons flashed. In an instant, close to 100 Zephyrs attacked Zichen. The spirit weapons were like raindrops. They appeared in the sky and shot towards Zichen. Roar! Zichen did not move. Instead, the dragon tiger below him let out a shocking roar. A transparent energy ripple spread out in all directions with the dragon tiger as the center. Bang! Bang! Wherever the ripple passed, there was an explosion. The energy attacks were all shattered. At the same time, the spirit weapons that were rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed also became dim after the energy ripple. They fell down. The dragon tiger beast let out a loud roar and dispersed all the attacks. If it wasn't for Zichen intentionally telling him to stop, all these spirit weapons would have been shattered. Because of the dragon tiger's roar, the scene suddenly became dead silent. All the cultivators looked at the man and the beast in shock. This also included the two primal core cultivators who had just entered the primal core realm. Chapter 595. Zichen's voice was like rolling thunder exploding in the sky. Although it was not as shocking as the dragon's roar or tiger's roar, it was still extremely penetrating. The group of flying warriors was already in a daze, each and every one of them looking at Zichen in shock. The two inner core experts who had just entered the inner core realm were also incomparably shocked. "Zichen, you are Zichen!" Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the group of flying warriors. Someone had recognized Zichen. "What? He is Zichen! He is the one who killed inner core experts in the flying warrior realm and stole the essence liquid, Zichen!" 2 years ago, the news of Zichen and Tyrant killing the third head and stealing the essence liquid had already been secretly spread. Moreover, almost everyone knew that the two big creditors had chased each other for thousands of miles but to no avail, and had returned in despair. Previously, they thought it was just a rumor. How could a mere flying warrior kill an inner core expert? But now, after hearing Longhu's roar, they believed it. Moreover, the other party dared to call Wild Wolf by his name, obviously not putting him in his eyes. "Wild Wolf, if you don't come out, I will slaughter everyone here." Zichen did not have much time left, and did not want to waste it here. Therefore, his shout this time was filled with killing intent. The group of flying warriors changed their expressions upon hearing this. Even the two inner core experts paled. Boom! Boom! From Wild Wolf's residence, two powerful auras gushed out in an instant. Then, as the void trembled, two figures rushed out from below at extreme speed, rushing towards Zichen. These two people were none other than the two leaders of the Black Wolf stronghold, Wild Wolf and Black Wind. Seeing the two of them together, Zichen was instantly overjoyed. Originally, after finding Wild Wolf, he was going to find Black Wind. Now that the two of them were together, it saved him a lot of time. However, the two did not seem to welcome his arrival. The moment they appeared in the sky, they launched an attack towards Zichen. The combined might of the two fort masters was naturally powerful, but this also allowed the people in the air to see that Zichen was not ordinary. Otherwise, the two fort masters who had not fought for a long time would not have chosen to work together. Zichen didn't move at all. He just sat on Longhu's back with a faint smile on his face as he looked down at the two of them. He didn't move at all, completely looking down on them. Just as the two of them were about to charge over, Longhu raised his two front claws high into the air. His entire body glowed, and a surge of energy surged on his claws. Then, he treated the sky as the ground as he stomped on it. Boom! As he took a step forward, the air trembled like the earth. Then, it tore apart continuously. A black crack visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions with Longhu's claws as the center. The cracks spread out like a spider web, and during this time, a terrifying energy landed on the bodies of the two fort masters who were rushing forward. The two of them had charged over at an extremely fast speed with powerful auras. However, with a single step from Longhu, they fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed. Two large human-shaped pits appeared on the ground amidst two loud bangs. TSK, it seems like it's been more than a year, but your strength doesn't seem to have improved at all. You're still so weak. Zichen shook his head and smacked his lips as he looked at the two human-shaped craters on the ground. There was a smile on his face. As for the surrounding people in the air, the people in the air who were abnormally excited by the appearance of the two fort masters instantly became lifeless after Longhu's attack. They were completely petrified. Two more bangs rang out from the ground, and the two miserable-looking fort masters rushed out. The two of them stood in the air, facing Zichen from afar. Flames of anger surged in their eyes as they stared at Zichen. Zichen, what is the meaning of this? Wild Wolf asked coldly. Heifeng also stared coldly at Zichen. Both of their faces were gloomy. Nothing. It's just that I haven't seen you in a long time, and I miss you very much. I want to see if your strength has improved. TSK, but it seems that you have disappointed me. Zichen looked down at the two of them, his eyes full of ridicule. You came here today just to humiliate us? The two of them had ugly expressions. Of course not. Zichen shook his head slightly, then said, I'm here to take you in. Take us in? The two of them were stunned when they heard that. The other cultivators in the air also looked at Zichen in puzzlement. To be precise, I'm only here to take you Dan Essence cultivators in. I'll take you in to work for me in the future. Zichen was very direct. Take us into work for you? On what basis? Heifeng said coldly. In your dreams. Wild Wolf was even more direct. LV-Ping. Zichen just chuckled, then glanced at LV-Ping beside him. LV-Ping nodded and took a few steps to stand in front of Zichen. He looked at the two cultivators in front of him. Light flashed in his hand, and a ball of 7-colored liquid appeared in his palm. The liquid was resplendent, and the 7 colors swirled above LV-Ping's palm. Is this enough? Zichen smiled. This is liquefied elemental essence. When the two cultivators saw the liquefied elemental essence in LV-Ping's hand, their eyes instantly widened, and even their breaths became hurried. Liquefied elemental essence was something they yearned for even in their dreams. It was also the only shortcut for them to break through. With liquefied elemental essence, they could break through to the middle stage of the inner core realm and become a true expert in the Bedlam lands. Since missing out on liquefied elemental essence a year ago, the two of them had taken over several loads of elemental stones in the past year or so. During this time, they had mobilized a large number of true energy boundary miners to continuously dig underground. However, it turned out that not every load contained liquefied elemental essence. During this period of time, the two of them had almost gone crazy from wanting liquefied elemental essence, but they had never obtained a single drop. At this moment, when they saw the other side so easily take out so much liquefied elemental essence, their expressions became extremely complicated. Hurried breaths instantly rang out in the sky. When the other cultivators saw the liquefied elemental essence, their expressions also changed, greed appearing in their eyes. Wild Wolf and Heifeng looked at Zichen, then at the other cultivators. Their expressions constantly changed, as if they were making some kind of comparison in their hearts. Zichen only smiled and did not say anything. In the end, the two's breathing calmed down, and the greed on their faces disappeared. Their expressions also returned to normal, but then they became depressed again. Haha, you two are indeed disappointing. I originally thought that with so many people you two would still have the guts to fight for it. Zichen smiled faintly. However, such calm and indifferent words made the two of them feel a chill in their hearts. They forcibly suppressed the greed in their hearts, and did not lose their minds. From now on, you'll work for me and I'll give you endless resources to enjoy, Zichen said indifferently. The two's depressed expressions turned into hesitation. After a moment of silence, Hei Feng asked, Endless resources? Does that include liquefied elemental essence? Not only liquefied elemental essence, but also treasured pills, Zichen emphasized. Treasured pills? You mean the treasured pills that can bring the dead back to life as long as there's still a breath left? You'll give us treasured pills? The two of them were extremely shocked. They had once entered the depths to hunt down Zichen and had seen the auction. Naturally, they knew the value of a treasured pill. At that time, Zichen and Tyron had bid for one. For the two of them, it was a sky-high price. Of course. I recruited you to fight, not to let you die. Naturally, I'll give you treasured pills to save your lives. Zichen looked at the two of them, his voice suddenly becoming indifferent. I don't have much time. You'd better decide quickly. Given both liquefied elemental essence and treasured pills, they'd be idiots if they didn't agree. The two of them were overjoyed, but when they agreed, Hei Feng suddenly asked, What if we don't agree? Haha, if you don't agree, we'll kill you immediately. Zichen's cold and decisive words made the two of them shiver involuntarily. They didn't doubt the authenticity of Zichen's words at all. Fine, we agree to work for you. From now on, our lives belong to you, Zichen. We'll be at your disposal, the two of them said solemnly. Zichen nodded in satisfaction, then asked, If I give you enough liquefied elemental essence, how long will it take for you to break through? A few days. The two of them were startled. They looked at each other and shook their heads. A few days is too short. Even if we have liquefied elemental essence, it won't be enough. It'll take at least half a month. Half a month is too long. My time is limited. Zichen shook his head. Then, as if recalling something, a Jinan essence appeared in his hand with a flash of light. Zichen held it and asked, What if I add this? This is a mid-Jinan essence. When they felt the heart-palpitating aura from the Jinan essence, the two of them instantly widened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, so much so that they forgot to answer Zichen's question. Will it be faster if I add this? Zichen didn't appreciate their shock and asked again. It will be faster, about 7 days. The two of them pondered for a moment before replying. If I give you enough mid-grade liquefied elemental essence and add this mid-Jinan essence, will you be able to break through in 3 days? The shock the two of them had experienced today seemed to have reached its limit. When they heard that there would be enough mid-grade liquefied elemental essence, they only swallowed a mouthful of saliva before nodding resolutely. Yes, definitely. A drop of mid-grade liquefied elemental essence was enough to recover one's energy. With a mid-Jinan essence and enough mid-grade liquefied elemental essence, even a pig would be able to break through. Good, you two will enter secluded cultivation in 3 days. Now, do something for me first, Zichen indifferently said. There was a hint of pressure in his voice. What is it? The two of them respectfully asked. Zichen waved his hand, and dozens of weapons appeared in front of him. The aura that made one's heart palpitate spread throughout the area. Everyone was shocked once again because these were all elixir weapons. While the appearance of dozens of elixir weapons shocked the crowd, Wild Wolf and Hei Feng were also stunned. They looked at Zichen in confusion. Take these elixir weapons and recruit all the Jinan experts in this area. Tell them that if they follow me, apart from one elixir weapon, they will be rewarded with 100,000 high-grade liquefied elemental stones per year. What? Although the two of them were already shocked beyond words, after hearing Zichen's words, they were still shocked. 100,000 high-grade liquefied elemental stones per person per year. This was really a big deal. It was much more than what he, the head of the family, earned. Chapter 596. The high-end treatment Zichen gave made the two petrified instantly. After a long time, the two woke up from their petrified state. Such treatment was enough to make them risk their lives. Haifeng asked again, "What if there are stubborn people who are not willing?" This was just a casual question from Haifeng. He believed that the treatment Zichen gave could move every elixir essence. Unexpectedly, when Zichen heard this, he actually said coldly, "Then kill them. I want you to gather all the alchemy essences in this area within 3 days. After 3 days, I hope that all the alchemy essences that I see will be useful to me." Zichen's words could be said to be extremely domineering. His words also revealed decisiveness and ruthlessness. To put it bluntly, Zichen only gave the core origins of this area 2 choices. One was to obey and enjoy high-end treatment, the other was to resist and die. Such a decisive and even extreme recruitment made the two frown slightly. Then Haifeng asked respectfully, "Sir, why are you in such a hurry to recruit elixir essence? Is there something urgent? I offended a big force in the inner area. They have sent elixir essence and should be here soon. I don't have enough people, so I have to gather more elixir essence to restrain them. This is a battle of elixir essence. It's useless to fly, so I need more elixir essence to fight." Zichen did not hide and said honestly. Zichen's honesty made the two of them feel more at ease. There's no need to hide when you go to recruit elixir essence. Just tell the truth. Those who are willing to come can stay. Those who are unwilling can be sent on their way. The two nodded. They finally understood that such high-end treatment was not so easy to get. They had to work hard or die. Go and do this now. Longhu will go with you. The faster the better. If anyone dares to resist, kill them directly. No need to be polite. You must bring back all the elixir essence in 3 days. The two nodded and did not waste any more time. They turned into auroras and left. Longhu quickly followed. However, not long after, Haifeng actually turned back. He looked like he had something to say but hesitated. "Yes." Zichen looked at him. "My lord, if you really need a lot of Dan essence, there is a place you can try. There is a lot of Dan essence there, but, just what? It's just that although their strength is at the inner core level, they have not experienced the heavenly thunder tribulation. They have the strength of inner core level, but they do not have the powerful battle strength of inner core level. Just like the two of them, they are just ordinary inner core level cultivators." Haifeng looked at the inner core level cultivators beside him. These were the 2 primal core cultivators from before. Now, they were following Zichen and had successfully obtained the elixir weapon. In the path of cultivation, the inner core realm was the first tribulation. After reaching the full circle of the Zephyr realm, one would have to go through the heavenly lightning tribulation and reach the inner core realm. It was an indisputable fact that every cultivator had to undergo heavenly lightning tribulation in order to reach the inner core realm. But ever since he came to the Bedlam lands, Zichen found it strange that many inner core experts were able to reach the inner core realm without undergoing heavenly lightning tribulation. Although their battle prowess was not strong, the Jindan essence in their bodies was genuine Jindan essence. What is going on? How can they reach the inner core realm without undergoing heavenly lightning tribulation? Zichen asked puzzledly. Zichen only knew one thing to avoid heavenly lightning tribulation, and that was the tribulation avoidance pill. However, the cost of this pill was not cheap, and the price was even higher. Most Zephyrs could not afford it, and Zichen had never seen such a pill for sale in the Bedlam lands. That is the most unique place in the Bedlam lands. It is called the Core Formation Pavilion. All Zephyr Great Circle cultivators can avoid heavenly lightning tribulation and reach the inner core realm as long as they reach there. What? Zichen was stunned, and his expression changed. There is actually such a magical place in this world? Hei Feng nodded and said, That place is very mysterious. It is said that it appeared in the Bedlam lands on its own after the lightning tribulation. But there are pros and cons. The inner core cultivators who come out of the core formation pavilion have weaker battle prowess than ordinary inner core cultivators, and their potential will also be suppressed. If they do not have a fortuitous encounter, it will be difficult for them to improve their cultivation. It doesn't matter if their battle prowess is weak, as long as there are a lot of them. Zichen waved his hand and said, Tell me where that place is. My lord, don't be hasty. Let me finish first. Although this core formation pavilion is magical, it has always been under the control of the overlords. Moreover, there are also experts from the overlords guarding that place. Overlords? What are they guarding there for? Could it be that they want to recruit inner core cultivators? But haven't they all gone through heavenly lightning tribulation? Zichen asked, puzzled. One must know that the requirements of the overlords were very strict. They would not accept ordinary inner core cultivators. No, they are not trying to recruit them. They are only guarding that place to collect yuan stones. At the same time, they are also guarding against others who want to occupy that place. Hei Feng hastily said. Collect yuan stones. Yes, my lord. Every Zephyr who goes in has to pay 100,000 low-grade yuan stones. Behind Zichen, an inner core cultivator respectfully said, But the main purpose of the overlords guarding that place is not to collect yuan stones, but to prevent other forces from occupying that place, so that they can gather an army of inner core cultivators. This explanation was immediately understood by Zichen. In this chaotic land, ordinary inner core cultivators were the most numerous. Although they were not strong individually, once they formed an army, they would be extremely terrifying. The chaotic land had been under the control of the overlords for many years, and there had not been any large-scale battles. Therefore, if the overlords were to call back these inner core cultivators, it would only increase their burden. As for the other forces in Chaos City, they did not have the capital to start a war, so they would not want these ordinary inner core cultivators. Therefore, these inner core cultivators were divided up and scattered to various regions, and then consumed by killing each other. How many overlords are guarding that place? After understanding all this, Zichen already had a plan in mind. These inner core cultivators might be burdensome to others, but to the rich Zichen, it was not a problem at all. My lord, there is only one person, but he has the strength of a mid-stage inner core cultivator. The inner core cultivator behind Zichen spoke. Hei Feng had already left to recruit other inner core cultivators. As for the remaining details, the two inner core cultivators explained them to Zichen. After a while, Zichen completely understood. Moreover, the core formation pavilion was not far from here. If Zichen traveled at his fastest speed, he could reach it in a day. Zichen glanced at the crowd, and finally his gaze landed on Wang Qiong. He said, I will leave for a few days. You all can stay here, right? Don't worry. Even if we meet a mid-stage inner core cultivator, we can still fight. Wang Qiong nodded. Good. You all go find a place to set up the formation in these few days. I will be back soon. As soon as Zichen finished speaking, the heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. As the wings flapped, he led an inner core cultivator to the core formation pavilion. Hei Feng and Wild Wolf led Longhu to the first big force 50,000 miles away. It was a new force called the Wanshan sect. The sect leader, Wanshan, was an inner core cultivator who had withstood the heavenly thunder tribulation. He was very strong. Moreover, he had two inner core cultivators who had withstood the heavenly thunder tribulation. Together with the other inner core cultivators, their overall strength was almost comparable to the Black Wolf Bastion. Today, the Black Wolf Bastion had gathered people to attack a primordial stone mine of the Wanshan sect. The 50,000 miles journey was quickly covered by the fast speed. Looking at the buildings in the mountain and the flickering figures, Wild Wolf immediately shouted, Wanshan, come out! Yukong of the Wanshan sect in the mountain did not recognize Wild Wolf and Hei Feng. However, when he felt the inner core aura surging from them, he was extremely shocked. Wild Wolf, Black Wind, what are you two doing here? You even brought an exotic beast with you. Are you here to deliver me a mount? A loud and clear voice rang out from the mountain. Then 5 figures flew out from the mountain. All of them were surging with inner core aura. The leader was the sect leader of the Wanshan sect, Wanshan. He was a middle-aged man with a strong body and big eyes. Since they were enemies, the 5 of them looked at Wild Wolf and Hei Feng with unfriendly expressions. Are you two here to send me a mount? Wanshan asked again with a loud voice. Roar! Wanshan's disrespect made Longhu furious. He roared into the sky. Under the shocking roar of the dragon and tiger, Longhu's body glowed. He took a step in the air, and the void began to crack like the earth. The cracks spread out like a spider web. The 5 of them were shocked by Longhu's power. They kept retreating until they were outside of the crack. Then, they looked at Longhu in shock. Puff! Longhu snorted. Suddenly, a blazing flame spewed out and spread in all directions. Seeing the entire void distorting crazily because of the flame, Wanshan and the others were even more frightened. Wanshan, your Wanshan sect has more than 5 inner core experts, right? Call them all out. I have something to say today. Longhu's display of strength shocked the crowd, and the people below were stunned. Amid the dead silence, Hei Feng spoke at the right time. Hei Feng, what do you mean? Our Wanshan sect is not afraid of your Black Wolf stronghold. You want to order us around? No way. Although there was still fear in Wanshan's eyes, his voice was still loud. The Black Wolf stronghold no longer exists from today onwards. The 2 of us have joined other forces. Today, we are here to ask you to join us. As soon as Hei Feng finished speaking, the 5 inner core experts widened their eyes in disbelief. What did you say? Wanshan asked with his eyes wide open. The Black Wolf stronghold had almost become the overlord of the outer region. It could be said that they were an existence that could call the wind and summon the rain. How could they join other forces? See? This is Longhu, the mount of our master. Although it is only in the flight realm, it will have no problem trampling you to death. Hei Feng pointed at the mighty Longhu. Looking at Longhu, Wanshan's mouth could not help but twitch. The other party was indeed terrifyingly strong, so strong that it made him fearful. Moreover, Wanshan actually felt a suppressive aura from the other party that came from the soul. Seeing that they were silent for a long time, Hei Feng spoke again. Before coming here, our master said that you only have 2 choices. One is to obey, and the other is to die. You are threatening us. Wanshan's aura began to surge. The other 4 inner core experts were also very alert. Hei Feng shook his head and said, This is not a threat. This is the truth. P.S. It seems that today is Christmas, so it must be past midnight. Chapter 597. The truth made Wanshan and the others' faces turn ugly. However, Hei Feng didn't seem to notice, or maybe he didn't care even if he did. He continued, We have more than 10 primordial core realm cultivators in the Black Wolf Bastion. We are only here to recruit you along with Longhu. Recruitment? You will die if you don't agree. Is this the attitude of recruitment? I don't agree, Wanshan said loudly. At the same time, 6 primordial core realm cultivators rushed out from the mountain below. They flew over and stood behind Wanshan. They looked at the 3 coldly with murderous intent surging around them. There were 11 primordial core realm cultivators in total. 6 of them had elixir weapons, while the other 5 were barehanded. Hei Feng and Yi Lang were still calm in the face of such obvious hostility. Hei Feng took out 5 elixir weapons from his spirit ring and threw them to the 5 primordial core realm cultivators who didn't have elixir weapons. The 5 of them caught the elixir weapons subconsciously. They were stunned. Hei Feng, what is the meaning of this? Wanshan said loudly. Obviously, he was also confused by Hei Feng's actions. Nothing. I am just passing on the words of my master. He wants to tell you about the benefits of recruitment. Hei Feng paused and said, My master said that the benefits of recruiting primordial core realm cultivators are 1 elixir weapon and 100,000 upper-grade primordial stones a year. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard the number. They opened their eyes wide and looked at Hei Feng in disbelief. Wan Shan shouted, "Hei Feng, do you think we are monkeys? 100,000 upper-grade primordial stones a year? I think it is 100,000 lower-grade primordial stones." Hei Feng shook his head and said indifferently, "You don't have to worry about this. I am sure that it is 100,000 upper-grade primordial stones. It doesn't matter if it is a yearly payment or a monthly payment. However, you have to agree. My master needs primordial core realm cultivators to fight. He has made it clear before we came that anyone who refuses will be killed. All right, you know the benefits and consequences. As for life or death, you can choose." Hei Feng and Yilang took a few steps back and left the battlefield to Longhu. The expressions of the 11 primordial core realm cultivators kept changing. They seemed to be hesitating. Longhu's cultivation was only in the air. They all had elixir weapons in their hands, but they were still terrified of him. Moreover, as their attention fell on Longhu, they realized that Longhu's head was extremely similar to the legendary divine dragon. This discovery caused their expressions to change again. "Do you believe that it can deal with all of us?" Wan Shan held the elixir weapon. His gaze swept past Longhu and landed on Hei Feng. "We still need to go and recruit the Dan essences of other forces. We don't have much time. You'd better make your choice quickly." This time, it was Wild Wolf who spoke. He seemed a little impatient. "You." Wan Shan's expression turned even uglier. The 11 of them could not make a decision for a long time, and Longhu was also impatient. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed around his body, and a powerful aura surged out of his body. Then, his body turned into a beam of light, and with a step in the air, he rushed toward the 11 primal core cultivators. Boom! It was as if they had been hit by a super-powerful cannonball. With a loud explosion, the 11 Dan Essence stage experts were sent flying. Screams rang out in the sky, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The 11 of them were sent flying, and their bodies smashed into the mountain below with a loud bang. Among them, one of the ordinary Dan Essence stage experts was even killed by Longhu's attack. The 10 Dan Essence stage experts stood up one after another. When they saw the dead Dan Essence stage expert, their expressions changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with fear and shock. "Submit or die." Longhu's cold eyes swept across the group of Dan Essence stage experts below, and his body surged with unrestrained killing intent. "Submit, we choose to submit." Longhu's powerful strength deeply shocked them, and the 10 Dan Essence stage experts hurriedly agreed. Even Wild Wolf and Hei Feng were shocked when they saw the 11 Dan Essence stage experts being sent flying, and one of them even died. The two of them looked at each other, and at the same time, they were glad that they had made the right choice. The 10 of them were successfully recruited, and then they obediently followed the 3 of them to find the next force. With the powerful Longhu around, the recruitment would obviously be very smooth. Flapping the heavenly thunder wings, Zichen rushed at full speed. It only took him a day to reach the core formation pavilion. "My lord, the core formation pavilion is in front." Dan Essence pointed at the peak in front of them and said respectfully. It was a towering mountain peak, but half of it had been forcefully chopped off by a sharp blade. The core formation pavilion was located on top of it. "My lord, flying is not allowed here. Everyone who comes here has to walk up the stairs. That Dan Essence stage expert is on the peak." Dan Essence also told him that there was a rule here, and other Dan Essence stage experts were not allowed to come close. "My lord, please go up. I will wait here," Dan Essence said respectfully, then turned and left. Zichen nodded and walked straight up the stone stairs. The stone stairs meandered to the peak, but it was very narrow, and only allowed one person to walk. Zichen originally thought that there was something strange about the stone stairs, and that it could be used to test one's cultivation. However, when he stepped on it, it was just like walking on ordinary stone stairs, and there was nothing special about it. During this time, Zichen also saw many cultivators at the peak of the Zephyr realm climbing up the stone stairs, one step at a time, as they walked towards the peak. These were all Zephyrs who feared the heavenly lightning tribulation. They had chosen to form their core here. If they did not have a fortuitous encounter, they would be stuck at the early Dan Essence stage, and would never be able to reach the middle Dan Essence stage. Suddenly, a ray of light flew over Zichen's head. It was a human figure, and the aura of Dan Essence stage surged around him. Haha! I have finally broken through to the Dan Essence stage, and become a Dan Essence old monster. Chaos lands, I have come! The figure flew from the peak to the horizon, and seemed very excited. His loud laughter resounded in the sky. Breaking through to the Dan Essence stage was equivalent to the Master stage in the Barbarian land. It was indeed an extremely powerful existence, and to be able to break through to this stage was naturally something to be proud of. Unfortunately, without the heavenly lightning tribulation, this kind of strength and pride would be reduced after leaving this place. It was indeed Dan Essence stage, but it was the weakest and most ordinary Dan Essence stage. As soon as he arrived, he saw a Dan Essence stage expert fly out. Zichen was very surprised, but what surprised him even more was that it was actually possible to fly here. When Dan Essence stage experts said that one could only walk and not fly, it was obviously aimed at Zephyrs who came to form their core, and not Dan Essence stage experts. This was obviously a man-made rule, and not the rule of the core formation pavilion itself. Thus, without saying anything, Zichen leaped up and flew towards the peak. The moment Zichen leaped into the air, the Zephyrs who were climbing the stone steps saw him and exclaimed in surprise. However, after realizing that Zichen was only at the late Zephyr realm, a trace of pity appeared on their faces. Faintly, Zichen could hear murmurs of not knowing the rules, not knowing the meaning of death, and so on. Flying was naturally faster than climbing the stone steps. In just 2 breaths, Zichen reached the peak and stood in the air, looking down. The peak was smooth and flat, as if it was cut by a sharp blade. The area was several miles, like a wide square, and the huge core formation pavilion was located at the center of the square. The core formation pavilion was like a pavilion. It was made of stone, but the stone surface of the core formation pavilion was engraved with some complicated and mysterious patterns. It was these patterns that blocked the heavenly secrets, allowing Zephyr realm cultivators to fly by deceiving the heavens. The core formation pavilion was very big, enough to accommodate dozens of people. However, the strange thing was that there was only one Zephyr realm cultivator meditating in the pavilion. Other than that, there were close to 100 Zephyr realm cultivators in the huge square in a long line, seemingly waiting to enter the core formation pavilion. Zichen's figure leaping into the air was naturally noticed by everyone. Thus, everyone raised their heads, and after sensing Zichen's strength at the late Zephyr realm, they looked at Zichen with extreme pity and disdain. A mere late Zephyr realm cultivator dares to break the rules and fly up here. He's courting death. He's probably a hothead who doesn't know where this place is, and that's why he came up here. It's a pity that he doesn't know that running around in the chaotic lands is suicide. In the chaotic lands, the only outcome for those who break the rules is death. A group of Zephyr realm cultivators who were waiting to form their core formation pavilion gave Zichen a death sentence without hesitation. Flying in the core formation pavilion is forbidden. Those who break the rules will die. However, the overlord who was guarding the place was even more direct. He, who was near the core formation pavilion, raised his hand and blasted out a beam of energy, slashing at Zichen in the air. When the beam of energy flew into the air, it turned into a sharp blade, emitting a powerful aura, and slashed at Zichen's head. Boom! Zichen swung his fist at the sharp blade, and a large patch of golden light began to flash. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out in the sky, and streams of energy surged in the sky. Those Zephyr realm cultivators who were full of pity and disdain were already waiting to see Zichen die. However, when they saw Zichen destroy the attack of an inner core cultivator with a single punch, they widened their eyes in disbelief. The inner core cultivator of the Overlord force also raised his head in the next moment, looking at Zichen in the air in surprise. After destroying the opponent's attack with a single punch, Zichen did not have any injuries on his body. He was safe and sound. Which of the 5 overlords do you belong to? Zichen stood in the air, looking down at the inner core cultivator as he asked. This was a man in battle armor. At this moment, he was looking up at Zichen. When he heard Zichen's words, his pupils shrank. When they heard Zichen's question, the group of Zephyr Realm cultivators who were waiting for the core formation pavilion were even more stunned. As if sensing an unusual aura from Zichen's body, the other party stood up in the next moment. His originally playful expression turned serious in the next moment. Which of the 5 families do you belong to? Zichen's body emitted a faint golden light as he descended from the sky and asked coldly. The Shangguan family. The inner core cultivator looked directly at Zichen. Then, do you belong to Shangguan Feixiong or Shangguan Feilin? Zichen asked again, walking towards the Shangguan family cultivator step by step. The faint golden light around him also became brighter. Hearing this, the inner core cultivator's expression changed. He asked coldly, Who are you? Why do you know about our Shangguan family? Chapter 598. Zichen's luck had always been good. However, today, he seemed to be lacking something. From his opponent's constantly changing expression, Zichen had already guessed that he was one of Shangguan Feilin's men. He and Shangguan Feilin were already mortal enemies. Therefore, without saying anything, he turned into a golden light and rushed toward the mid-stage primal core cultivator of the Shangguan family. Boom! In the midst of an energy explosion, the two had already clashed once. This time, the power of both sides was almost the same. After the clash, both of them retreated. Seeing Yukong rushing to kill a mid-stage primal core cultivator, the crowd of Yukong who were waiting in line were all dumbfounded. However, what was even more unbelievable was that Yukong was able to block the attack of the mid-stage primal core cultivator. Boom! Boom! After the first clash, Zichen rushed forward again. The primal core cultivator fought back. The two of them attacked as fast as lightning. Each of their attacks carried a powerful force, shaking out waves of energy. The energy ripples spread out in all directions, causing the group of Imperial Sky cultivators to retreat in fear of being affected. The mysterious runes on the core formation pavilion also began to glow, circulating with a mysterious energy aura to resist the energy ripples. The entire stone plaza was filled with the sound of energy clashing. The two of them had clashed for dozens of times. After the last clash, they both retreated. Zichen's eyes were like lightning. He looked at his opponent coldly. The mid-stage primal core cultivator who was staring at Zichen also looked very serious. Although the previous clash was just a test, and he did not use his full power, he could still feel the pure and terrifying energy in Yukong's body. He is even more powerful than Xianger. This was the comment the mid-stage primal core cultivator gave after fighting with Zichen for dozens of times. He still did not know that Shangguan Qixian had already been killed by Zichen. Of course, he also did not know that Yukong had already offended the 5 dominating forces. Who are you? How dare you behave so arrogantly here? Don't you know where you are? Zichen's origin was unknown. The primal core cultivator could not figure out what was going on. Therefore, he asked, I'm the one who wants your life, Zichen said. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he dashed forward again. His body emitted a resplendent golden light as the aura of ultimate energy surged from his body. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out. Tyrannical fist. With this punch, Zichen's aura immediately changed drastically. His body became tall and mighty, and extremely domineering. The golden fist light that left his body also broke through space and rushed towards the Dan Yuan. Humph! A mere Zephyr dares to speak such arrogant words. The strong cultivator in the middle stage of the primal core realm snorted coldly. Yukong's arrogance and decisiveness caused a murderous intent to surge out from his body. The energy in his core realm also began to surge wildly. Then, he struck out towards the golden light fist. Boom! Another rumbling sound was heard between heaven and earth. The space was torn apart by the vibrations of the energy, and pitch-black cracks began to spread. In this confrontation, Zichen was completely defeated. The golden light fist was directly scattered. At the same time, Zichen was also repelled by a surge of energy. In addition, this surge of energy also surged into Zichen's body, vibrating in his organs, trying to destroy Zichen's organs. However, it was blocked by Zichen's perfect body. The golden blood in Zichen's body continued to flow. Surges of inexplicable power emerged from within and rushed towards this surge of energy. Under the powerful perfect body, this destructive energy was completely destroyed. The second style of the tyrannical fist. As soon as the energy in his body was destroyed, Zichen clenched his fist again and rushed forward. The golden light of his fist once again shone in the sky. The dazzling light was dazzling. You're actually fine after taking a hit from me. Feeling that the power of this punch was actually stronger than the previous one, the nascent core elite's expression changed slightly. His eyes flickered in an instant. The energy that he had sent into Yifutian's body before was very powerful. Coupled with the enhancement of the unique technique of the Shangguan family, even an early-stage nascent core elite would die without a doubt, let alone a Yukong elite. However, such a powerful attack was actually easily blocked by Yifutian. Yifutian did not seem to be injured at all. Dan Yuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. Zichen's fist came quickly. The golden light was dazzling. Just as he was about to block it like before, he saw Zichen's fist suddenly stagger in the air. Then, the fist that was supposed to be one ray of light suddenly turned into hundreds of rays. Each ray of light was dazzling with golden light and emitted a terrifying aura. Bang! 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 Such a sudden change caused Dan Yuan's expression to change drastically. He was unable to effectively block it. Then, the golden light of the fist hit Dan Yuan's body like raindrops. Then, there was a loud explosion in the sky. Such an unguarded attack caused the mid-stage nascent core elite to be pushed back by the rays of light of the fist. Such a scene had completely stunned the crowd of Zephyr cultivators in the distance. In their world, an early-stage Jindan cultivator could casually slaughter a great perfection Zephyr cultivator, but the scene in front of them had far exceeded their scope of understanding. A late-stage Yukong elite, who was one level lower than them, not only blocked the attack of a mid-stage nascent core elite, but also sent him flying. Although this attack did not cause any substantial damage to his opponent, just being able to send him flying was already very impressive. Kid, I want you dead. Being sent flying by a Yukong elite in front of everyone, the mid-stage nascent core elite felt humiliated and shouted angrily. The third move of the tyrannical fist. As soon as he gained the upper hand, without waiting for the nascent core elite to attack, Zichen shouted and used the third move of the tyrannical fist. This was also the last move of the incomplete manual of the tyrannical fist that Zichen had obtained. After so many years, he finally used it. When the tyrannical three styles appeared, the world was filled with endless golden light. It was dazzling. At this moment, everyone fell into a state of blindness because the whole world was filled with golden light. Other than the golden light, there was nothing else. And as Zichen's main target, the mid-stage nascent core elite felt a ruthless killing intent from this golden light. The golden light was filled with killing intent, but he could not see any substantial attack, nor could he see Zichen's figure. In addition, his spiritual sense could not detect any trace of his opponent. It was as if his opponent had disappeared into thin air, or he had turned into a ray of golden light. Suddenly, the mid-stage nascent core elite felt a dangerous aura coming from behind him. His expression changed. Light flashed under his feet, and his body instantly dodged to the side. Boom! In the midst of an earth-shattering sound, the golden world collapsed with a boom. Then, the golden world disappeared, and everyone's sight was restored. They all looked at the scene. Looking at the scene, everyone's expression became extremely shocked, and frightened. Yukong was standing in the air, high-spirited. His black robe was fluttering without wind, and his black hair was dancing wildly. Yukon was standing in the air, and there were no injuries on his body. Looking at the mid-stage nascent core elite, his body had already smashed into the corpse, lying there motionless. There was also a patch of red blood beside him. How is this possible? This is impossible. Am I seeing things? A mid-stage nascent core elite actually killed a mid-stage nascent core elite. The sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard from afar. Seeing the motionless mid-primal core stage cultivator, their hearts were already deeply shaken. When they looked at Zichen again, their gazes were filled with fear and respect. Killing a mid-stage nascent core elite as a mid-stage nascent core elite was no less than a miracle. Hee hee. Suddenly, a light laugh came from the ground. The mid-stage nascent core elite, who was lying motionless on the ground, suddenly moved his fingers. Then, his arms slid down, and he slowly propped himself up and stood up. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and there was a ferocious smile on his face. A powerful aura began to surge around him. The group of nascent core elites were shocked because the nascent core elite stood up again. He was not dead, and judging from the aura on his body, he had only suffered some minor injuries. It was just that they were too excited and mistakenly thought that the nascent core elite had created a miracle. You are good. The nascent core elite looked up at Zichen. His eyes turned cold, filled with endless murderous intent. To be able to force me to this extent, you are very good. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and the nascent core elite grinned. Every word was clear and powerful. Zichen looked down at him and replied coldly, Actually, my original intention was to kill you. The two of them, one on top and one below, looked at each other with endless murderous intent. Kill me? Humph, with your nascent core elite? The coldness in the nascent core elite's eyes turned into sarcasm, and the aura around him became even more terrifying. With him as the center, the space around him began to tremble and twist, like ripples on water. An even more terrifying energy was formed in the ripples. The energy in the nascent core elite's body seemed to have merged with the ripples in the air, causing his body to look very blurry, as if he was standing in a river full of ripples. His cold face suddenly turned calm, and his body disappeared in the next moment. Where he was standing, the space began to twist, forming a whirlpool. Ripples spread out in all directions with the whirlpool as the center. This was the Shangguan family's water ripples. It could be used for both offense and defense. Now that it was displayed by a mid-stage nascent core elite, it was much more powerful than Shangguan Qixiang and Shangguan Bingxi. The other party had completely comprehended the essence of the cultivation technique, turning it into a true water ripple. Furthermore, the aura contained in it made Zichen feel danger. This dangerous aura made Zichen's pupils constrict involuntarily. Endless golden light began to shine from his body. At this moment, Zichen was like a blinding golden sun. In his body, golden blood began to flow, providing the perfect body with the strongest strength. In less than a breath's time, Zichen had already raised his battle prowess to the peak. Chapter 599. You dare to go against an essence core cultivator when you are merely in the air? Today, I will let you know that no matter how much of a genius you are, you will never be able to surpass an essence core cultivator. From the whirlpool formed by the ripples, the cold voice of a middle essence core cultivator could be heard. What if I am a monstrous genius? Zichen's body shone with golden light. His spirit had reached its peak, and he was ready to unleash his most powerful attack at any time. You will still die. As the cold voice faded, the primordial core cultivator manipulated the water ripple-formed whirlpool and rushed toward Zichen. The vortex spun as it advanced, spreading out like a wave. It contained a destructive energy, and as the vortex expanded, it became even more terrifying. Before, the whirlpool was only 2 meters in size, but when it reached Zichen, it had expanded to several meters. At the same time, the destructive energy contained in the whirlpool was several times stronger than before. Die! Inside the whirlpool, the primordial core cultivator's eyes were full of ferocity. As he moved his spiritual thoughts, the whirlpool expanded to several meters in size and turned into a ghostly mouth, trying to devour Zichen. Such a strange and powerful whirlpool made Zichen's expression change instantly. From the whirlpool, he felt the threat of death. Once he was swallowed by the whirlpool, he would be severely injured even if he did not die. Therefore, when the whirlpool arrived, he let out a roar. His combat power had already reached its peak, and he could unleash his most powerful attack at any time. As for Zichen, his most powerful attack was naturally the attack with the help of his finger bone. Therefore, he did not hesitate to use his finger bone. Virum. His right middle finger, which had fused with the finger bone, trembled in the next moment. An aura that caused one's heart to palpitate emerged from it. Within this aura, there was also a vast pressure that swept through the heavens and earth, causing one to feel fear in their hearts. After that, Zichen raised his middle finger and pointed it at the center of the whirlpool with a powerful and terrifying energy. This was the most powerful confrontation, and also the attack that would determine the winner. Everyone in the Zephyr realm had already raised their heads and stared, holding their breaths. Boom! Zichen's middle finger instantly pointed at the vortex, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. An extremely terrifying energy, centered on the point of contact between the two attacks, began to spread to both sides. The void shattered under the force of this energy, and the stone platform began to tremble violently. A mysterious aura emanated from the entire core formation pavilion, which resisted the impact of the shockwaves. The power of the finger and the vortex continued to collide in the air. The powerful destructive energy that was contained within the two continued to spread. Shocking explosions continued to resound in the world. The group of core essence cultivators was already lying on the ground after the explosion. Their bodies were trembling as they looked at the sky in fear and shock. A great apocalypse was happening there. The destructive energy was constantly dispersing and the void was constantly shattering. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Within the vortex, seeing that Zichen had actually blocked his attack, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Then, a trace of anger and unwillingness emerged from the bottom of his heart. The energy in his body surged again, frantically pouring into the vortex. He wanted to use his powerful origin energy to forcefully destroy Zephyr Realm. Indeed, Zephyr Realm was Zephyr Realm after all. Even if he was a genius, it was an indisputable fact that he had very little energy in his body. After the core essence cultivator increased his strength, the vortex once again launched a powerful attack. The powerful energy contained in the opponent's finger was rapidly being depleted. Moreover, the horrifying aura of the finger bone, which was originally extremely powerful and terrifying, was slowly being retracted. Seeing that his method was effective, the core essence cultivator's eyes were already filled with a sinister smile. He seemed to have already seen the scene of Zephyr Realm being killed by him after he ran out of energy. Very quickly, the terrifying power contained in Zichen's finger became weaker and weaker, until it finally dissipated. However, the vortex of the core essence cultivator still contained a powerful energy that was strong enough to destroy Zephyr Realm. The core essence cultivator could not help but laugh out loud. Haha, you are still Zephyr Realm after all. Even if you have powerful battle techniques, without the support of powerful origin energy, you will still die. Dan Yuan had a victorious smile on his face as he controlled the vortex to devour Zichen. This time, he seemed to be extremely confident. The frenzied destructive energy that was surging between heaven and earth had already dissipated after the void healed. Many Zephyrs also raised their heads to see the vortex devouring Zichen. Is the battle about to end? Is such a powerful Zephyr realm going to die just like that? The Zephyrs raised their heads and saw the vortex pressing down on Zichen. Their expressions became extremely complicated. Zichen was also a Zephyr realm cultivator like them. However, the combat power that he displayed was tens or even hundreds of times stronger than theirs. However, they were not jealous. Instead, they were filled with admiration. At this moment, seeing that Zichen was about to die in the hands of Dan Yuan, the Zephyrs were more or less disappointed. It is too early for you to be happy. Zephyr Realm's origin energy might not be as powerful as yours. Just as the vortex was about to press down on Zichen and devour him, Zichen's voice suddenly sounded from heaven and earth. Moreover, his tone was very calm. His face was filled with disdain, and the corner of his mouth was curled up into a cold smile. From his abdomen, another wave of extreme energy quickly surged out and flowed along his meridians to his finger bone. The power of the powerful finger had just dissipated, and a powerful and terrifying destructive aura that made one's heart palpitate emerged from it once again. What? Feeling the energy attack that was even stronger than before surging out from his opponent's fingertip once again, the smile on the core essence cultivator's face instantly froze. His eyes were filled with shock. Then, he saw that the vortex in front of him that could only destroy Zephyr Realm was easily broken apart by his opponent's powerful finger. The power of the powerful finger that pierced through the vortex was already present. After that, it pointed towards Dan Yuan's chest at lightning speed. Puff! A soft sound was heard in the next moment, and a blood arrow flew out from Dan Yuan's back. His chest had been pierced through by Zichen's finger. At the same time, under a powerful force, Dan Yuan's body flew backwards. After flying backwards for a few hundred meters, he landed heavily on the stone platform, causing a loud bang and a large cloud of dust. In the battle between Zephyr Realm and Dan Yuan, it was actually Dan Yuan who was defeated. There was dead silence at the scene. Everyone in Zephyr Realm looked at Zichen, who was in the air, extremely shocked. They looked at the tall figure that was emitting golden light like a god of war. At this moment, Zichen was undoubtedly tall and mighty. Puff! However, the god of war was not invincible. In the previous energy attack, he was also affected by the extremely powerful energy shock, and he instantly vomited blood. However, what made everyone in Zephyr Realm even more shocked was that his blood was not ordinary red, but golden blood that was emitting a faint golden light. His chest was pierced, but for Dan Yuan, it was not a fatal injury. As long as Dan Yuan and his soul still existed in his body, he would not die. You think you can kill me like this? Dream on. Dan Yuan staggered to his feet, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He was only injured, and it was not a fatal injury. He still had the strength to fight. Zichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked down at his opponent. There was a hint of mockery in his cold eyes. If I can hurt you once, I can naturally hurt you a second time. There will be a time when you will suffer a fatal injury and lose your life. As soon as his voice fell, 2 drops of mid-grade yuan liquid appeared in Zichen's hand. Immediately, the yuan liquid entered his mouth, and the energy in his body was instantly restored. All of this happened in a flash. After the energy was instantly replenished, Zichen began to form seals. His fingers emitted a golden light, and seals appeared one after another. His fingers were extremely nimble, like little fairies. A seal quickly fell, and as the seal fell, Zichen pointed his right middle finger again. Boom! As the finger was pointed, the sky trembled. A golden finger mark broke through the void and fell from the sky. Around the finger mark, there were terrifying electric snakes. This was the thunderbolt finger that borrowed the power of the finger bone. Its power was naturally far beyond other battle techniques, and the destructive power it contained was not any weaker than the previous finger attack. Seeing the golden finger mark, Dan Yuan's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly controlled the water ripples to resist. However, just as the water ripples formed a whirlpool, it was hit by the golden finger mark before it could expand. Bang! This time, the whirlpool did not even last for a breath of time before it was destroyed by the golden finger mark. Then, the finger mark fell, and once again pointed at Dan Yuan's chest. Almost 80% of the power of this finger attack had been consumed by the defensive light veils, and it did not pierce through the opponent's heart again. However, the remaining 20% of the attack still caused Dan Yuan to cough up blood and fly backwards. His chest had also become a bloody mess. If the previous attack was shocking for Zichen, then the appearance of the second golden finger mark made Zichen win decisively and beautifully. Dan Yuan flew backward, and his injuries worsened. His ferocious and angry face was filled with shock. However, when the golden finger mark appeared in the sky again, his face was filled with fear. Puff! The golden finger imprint descended and an endless amount of bloody light sprayed out. Dan Yuan's injuries worsened by a notch. Although he had already taken a drop of essence liquid to recover his energy, without a treasure pill to take, he could only recover his energy. He could not heal his injuries. Zichen stood in the air, his hands constantly forming seals. He controlled the thunderbolt finger to attack from afar. He no longer chose to fight in close combat. If he ran out of energy, he would continue to swallow liquefied yuan to recover. This was a pure competition of energy consumption. Although Dan Yuan could block the golden finger mark every time, he was injured every time. Although the injuries were light, there was a limit to light injuries, and that was serious injuries. As his injuries worsened, Dan Yuan knew that he could not defeat Zichen. He decisively decided to escape. Unfortunately, Zichen had extreme speed. He could not escape at all. Do you know who I am? He could not escape. As his injuries worsened, he could not fight. Helpless, Dan Yuan could only use his identity. However, Zichen did not care about him at all. He just kept forming seals, and then pointed his right middle finger at Dan Yuan. Again. Seeing Yi Futian pointing his middle finger at him again, and the terrifying golden finger mark falling from the sky, Dan Yuan's eyes were filled with despair and madness. His whole body began to glow. Then, a powerful aura emerged from his body. His eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with madness. He turned into a beam of light and flew towards Zichen. If we die together. Chapter 600. His Jindan essence burned, providing him with powerful energy. The aura around him also soared instantly. He was already heavily injured, but with the help of his burning Jindan essence, his speed was several times faster than when he was at his peak. His entire body turned into a ray of light. The other Yukongs were all scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. They naturally knew what was going to happen when the Jindan cultivator acted like this. He was going to explode his Jindan essence, and it was the Jindan essence of a mid-stage Jindan cultivator. Once he exploded, the entire stone platform, the entire core formation pavilion, and all of them would be swept away by the explosion and turned into nothingness. The faces of the group of people in the air changed as they screamed in fear. They displayed the fastest speed they had ever displayed in their lives as they frantically fled into the distance. Some of them even jumped off the stone peak and fell straight down. They would rather fall and be injured than die. At this moment, all the Yukongs were fleeing in panic, trying to save their own lives. No one was paying attention to the self-exploding Jindan cultivator, and naturally, no one had the time to pay attention to Zichen. Seeing the Jindan cultivator rushing towards him, Zichen did not show any panic on his face. Instead, he was very calm. The Jindan cultivator had a crazy and desperate smile on his face. After burning his Jindan essence, he increased his speed and directly rushed towards Zichen. He wanted to die together with him. At this moment, a silver light flashed behind Zichen, and the heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. The two wings emitted a bright silver light, looking like a pair of wings of light. At the same time, a blood-red light surged in Zichen's hand. A bloody aura filled the air as a blood-red broken spear appeared in Zichen's hand. Zichen's body emitted a bright golden light as he held the blood-red broken spear and the heavenly thunder wings. He glanced coldly at the Jindan cultivator who was about to explode in the next breath. Then, he held the spear, spread his wings, and rushed forward. The three colors of gold, silver, and blood flashed as Zichen rushed towards the Jindan cultivator. The broken spear in his hand emitted a blood-red light as he pointed it at the Jindan cultivator. It was also at this moment that the Jindan cultivator witnessed the true meaning of extreme speed for the first time in his life. What was extreme speed? It was the extreme speed that had reached the limit. It was the first time a primal core cultivator had seen something like this in his entire life. This kind of speed had already exceeded his ability to think and react. He only saw a tricolored light rushing towards him, but before he could sense that something was wrong, he immediately thought of self-destructing, and the tricolored light had already disappeared from his sight. The inner core master did not know where the three-colored light went. The opponent's speed was too fast for him to grasp. He guessed that with such speed, the opponent must have run away. The other party had already fled, so this self-destruction was obviously meaningless. Thus, he decided to withdraw the energy of the self-destruction first. Although burning his gene and essence would consume a lot of energy, and might even cause his cultivation level to drop, as long as he was alive, his cultivation level could still increase. However, before he could send out the thought to retract the self-destructing gene, he suddenly felt his body rising into the air. Moreover, this rising was uncontrollable. As he looked down, he saw a headless body that was glowing all over in the void below. Fresh blood was spurting out from the neck, but the body was still charging forward in the air. Vaguely, the Dan primary cultivator felt that this figure was very familiar. However, before he could recall where he had seen this person before, his vision turned black and he lost all consciousness. Pen! The headless body flew forward for 100 meters, and the light around it began to fade. The body began to fall diagonally, and finally, it fell on the stone platform, making a dull thud. When the dull thud was heard, everyone in the Yukong subconsciously laid on the ground, hugging their heads, and curling their bodies as much as possible so that they would suffer less from the destructive force. Zichen stood in the air, holding the broken spear in his hand. He looked at the pathetic state of the Yukong, and then his gaze fell on the corpse of the Dan primary cultivator. The Yukong waited for a long time, but they did not see the destructive scene that they had imagined. They were all stunned, and then they looked around carefully. The sky was still the same sky, and the stone platform was still the same. It was flat and smooth, and nothing had changed. The destructive force did not appear for a long time, so the Yukong cultivators were a little braver. They raised their heads and looked at the sky. However, the sky was empty. There was no trace of the Yukong cultivator, and there was no Dan primary cultivator who self-destructed. Where is he? The Yukong cultivators were confused, and they looked around. Then, they heard footsteps from afar. As they turned their heads, they saw the powerful Yukong cultivator land on the ground. Yukong landed on the ground, bent down, and reached out his hand as if he was trying to pick something up. Wait, what is that? A headless body? Oh my god, that is the body of an Dan primary cultivator. He actually chopped off the head of a mid-stage Dan primary cultivator. The mid-stage Dan primary cultivator did not self-destruct successfully, and his head was chopped off in advance. The Yukong cultivators were all stunned. They looked at Yukong in front of them in disbelief. However, after seeing him take away the spirit ring of the Dan primary cultivator, and the Dan primary cultivator's body, they could not help but believe that it was the truth. Yukong had really chopped off a mid-stage Dan primary cultivator. After accepting this fact, the Yukong cultivators were filled with endless regret and regret. This was a miracle, a moment that they had witnessed, a historical miracle. They only cared about running away, and did not see it with their own eyes. Why was I distracted just now, and did not see it? Oh my god, such a miracle, I did not see it with my own eyes. Damn it, why did I not take a look at it before? The Yukong cultivators were extremely frustrated. However, as the only witness, the Yukong cultivator in the core formation pavilion was also extremely frustrated. Such a huge commotion had naturally awakened him. Even though his eyes were open to the limit, and he was fully focused on this battle, he still did not see anything other than the three-colored light. He only saw the three-colored light flash, and the head of the Dan primary cultivator flew up, and the corpse fell down. After Zichen took away the spirit ring and the Dan primary energy of the mid-stage Dan primary cultivator, a figure appeared in the sky. It was the early-stage Dan primary cultivator who brought Zichen here earlier. He flew over from afar. He only knew that Zichen had killed the enemy when he saw the head flying off the stone platform. Even though he was extremely shocked, he still decided to go forward. Big Lord. The early-stage Dan primary cultivator bowed to Zichen respectfully. His voice was still trembling. Especially when he saw the headless body, his eyelids twitched. Zichen nodded, then turned around and looked at the Yukon cultivators. Big Lord. The Yukon cultivators also bowed, trembling. They did not dare to look at Zichen directly. Being able to kill a Dan primary cultivator was enough for them to respectfully call him Big Lord. Clang. Zichen raised his hand and shot out a ray of light. When the light fell to the ground, it had already turned into weapons and stabbed into the stone platform. These were all elixir weapons, and there were 20 of them. Feeling the aura of the elixir weapons, the Yukon cultivators were very confused. They did not understand why this big lord would take out so many elixir weapons after killing the enemy. Because of the terrifying battle strength Zichen had displayed, no one dared to show the slightest bit of greed in their eyes at this moment. 20 of you go in and form your elixir. Once your elixir is formed, follow me, and the elixir weapons will be yours, Zichen said indifferently. Ah! The Yukon cultivators were stunned. They looked up at Zichen in shock. Forming the Dan primary cultivator and receiving elixir weapons? How could there be such a good thing in this world? The Yukon cultivators turned their heads and saw that the others had the same expression as them. They could not help but believe that there was such a good thing in this world. My time is limited. What are you waiting for? Seeing that the others were indifferent, Zichen's eyes suddenly turned cold. After that, the Yukon cultivators came to a realization and rushed towards Zichen. The core formation pavilion was opposite of Zichen, but the Yukon cultivators were rushing towards him in panic. This made Zichen frown slightly. Soon, he knew what they wanted to do. It turned out that they wanted to give him the 100,000 low-grade primordial stones needed to form his core. Previously, the primordial stones were collected by the mid-level Dan cultivators. Now that they were dead, they naturally had to give them to Zichen. Zichen laughed involuntarily and said, You don't have to give me the primordial stones. My time is limited. You should form your core quickly. In the future, I will pay you 10,000 high-grade primordial stones every year. Zichen's calm words caused all the Zephyrs to be stunned, and then they all stopped. However, when they understood the meaning behind Zichen's words, all the Zephyrs widened their eyes in disbelief. Many of them were instantly dumbfounded. But of course, there were also some who were quick-witted. Without another word, they turned around and flew towards the core formation pavilion. The sound of the wind breaking woke the others up. In a moment, the crowd realized what was going on. Almost 100 Yukon cultivators turned around and rushed towards the core formation pavilion. There is already one here. You guys just need 19 more. The Yukon cultivators in the core formation pavilion naturally heard what Zichen said. He was already in the pavilion and felt very lucky. But when he saw 100 Yukon cultivators rushing towards him, he was also shocked. He hurriedly shouted at the crowd. But right now, the Yukon cultivators were only thinking about Dan weapons and high-grade primordial stones. Why would they care about that? Halfway through, they started to pull each other, and even showed signs of fighting. And after they rushed into the core formation pavilion, they started to push and shove each other, trying to push the others out. The first wave will take 20 people. As for the others, after they form their cores, they can come find me. The treatment will be the same. Zichen frowned and said again. Hearing this, the Yukon cultivators stopped pushing and shoving. After a short moment of silence, some of them consciously retreated. Soon, there were only 20 Yukon cultivators left in the packed core formation pavilion. The core formation pavilion was very big. It was big enough for 20 Yukon cultivators to break through at the same time. Previously, the Yukon cultivators only allowed the Yukon cultivators to break through one by one. They didn't want the Bedlam lands to have so many Yukon cultivators enter at once. In the Bedlam lands, Yukon cultivators died almost every day. So, as long as the Yukon cultivators were able to keep up with the number of deaths, it would be fine. Helping 20 Yukon cultivators avoid the lightning tribulations at the same time seemed to be strenuous in the core formation pavilion. The mysterious runes that never glowed before began to glow for the second time today. Waves of mysterious aura circulated and formed a light shield that enveloped the core formation pavilion. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.